What? Oh, and welcome. Come on in, come on in. As per usual, I'm still sipping coffee, chatting to my peoples, talking the absolute back and forth about Harry Potter stuff. How are you all doing? How are you all doing? Come on in, come on in. I have a hankering to talk about video games. Alfred the Deluge, what, oh friends? Tortuous aspects, what, oh but welcome. Coming in. Oh, you have to forgive me, I'm in a very, very odd mood today. Like, not in a bad way, just in a general, like, but I have made my character on Harry Potter Wizard Unite ass kickery, and my friends are all lamenting the fact that I'm a Slytherin. And what the Sorting Hat gave me, yo. Chrono Haran, what? Oh, friends. At some point today, Game Dev World kicks off, so I fully understand if a bunch of you just cheese on over. What, oh, friend? How are you doing? Jaralan, come on in, friendos, come on in. Chrono says, yeah, I rolled Slytherin too. Yeah, Jaralan, I couldn't think of what I wanted this morning tunes-wise. And I was like, you know what? Undertale mix, it's gotta happen, it's gotta happen. So yeah, if it's alright with you lot, I'd love to talk some games industry stuff today. I guess I'm feeling a bit weirdly disconnected from the industry. I was talking about E3 and how this particular E3 has been treating indies, and it's like I kind of like rolled into industry banter, and I don't know. I think I took everybody not off guard, but people weren't expecting me to be so blunt about it. So I don't know. I'd like to talk some games industry stuff with you lot, and maybe talk about some Harry Potter stuff as well. I was like, what? Will? Blunt? What? Well, okay, they weren't saying anything bad. I wasn't like countering a bad take. But there was an indie team from Barcelona who paid for a booth space at E3, and they did a write-up about it on Reddit. And I was like, I just feel bad for them because they spent a lot of money going to an event that's really not going to benefit them. I was pretty brutal about it. And I was chatting back and forth, and I apologized to the people I was talking to who weren't the developers in question. It was just like industry friendos. But I kind of went from zero to like trainwreck blunt, because there ain't really too much to be doing from just being nice in these spaces. Sometimes there's this misconception that at like E3 is a good place to find a publisher. E3 is a shite place to find a publisher. All the major players have already got their content locked in for the year, and unless your title is something truly outstanding, sadly you're not going to see a lot of new peeps coming in. And if I didn't say so, what? Oh, just Thream! Welcome! Come on in, come on in. And I was also saying that, like, for the cost, you could either spend that same money on an outreach campaign, or you could go to any other convention, because with E3, the major players command so much of the media space that unless you're on the main stage with Microsoft, you know, with Ubi or any of the main players, like at E3, you're not really going to get a lot. It's only now low to mid-tier media outlets that are even covering the show floor. I mean, hell, the most notable thing I saw out of the E3 show floor was Dr. Disrespect, who's still banned. I don't think we're going to be lucky enough for it to stay around, but for that to stick, but there we go. Sorry, it was me going off on a tangent. Just Cyber says, was he permabanned? Well, he should, at least according to T's and C's, he might be. Because one of the things that Twitch is very hot on is that if you break the law on stream, you're gone. And they've done that to, there was a Hollywood comedian who actually did coke live on stream, which I thought was very funny. He got insta shot out of a cannon. Don't do drugs, or don't do drugs on Twitch. So it could happen. Filming people in bathrooms in California state is very, very illegal. So we'll see how it pans out. But anyway, yeah, this isn't a Twitch drama discussion. I mean, that's for... What does that matter to us, right? No matter a hill of beans. Sorry, I lost my train of thought there. Well done, Will, well done! Yeah, so I was chatting a lot about E3 stuff this morning. And one of the things I was saying is that, like, I love shows like Rezzed. Like, high engagement, good media presence, like, direct interaction. Stooge! Watto! So, Stooge, how was your stream? Stooge says, most embarrassing morning. I was in two minds last night of whether or not to, like, drum up a bunch of people to be in there in the morning. But I thought it might be a little bit too mean. I didn't think it would come across as funny. So when Stooge raided us yesterday, Stooge accidentally left his stream going. So for a while, it was hosting me. But then after I jumped around to a couple of hosts, it was just Stooge's room in the dark. And Terrain's like, wait, what's this E3 you're talking about? You mean the Keanu Reeves convention? I do now. So, Stooge, no one laughed at you, but we all thought it was very funny. And we were all in two minds of whether or not to, like, drum up a bunch of people to kind of come on in. But yeah. Where's my fucking coffee? Come on, kick in, man! Oh. Thank you, Ghost the Longship, for clipping that. That is wonderful. I'm throwing that in the video drone. What was I nattering on about? I do apologise. God, I'm all over the place today. Oh, in case you haven't seen it, the Harry Potter Wizard Unite is now launched, at least in North America. I don't know if it's launched in Europe. I made my character. I haven't had a chance to really get stuck into it, so I can't tell you if it's good or bad content-wise. I haven't even got far enough to get my friend code out, but, you know. What I wanted to do today, friends, is we're going to have a look at an early preview of a game called Children of Morta. Now, I already played it at GDC, and I've been waiting for it for a playable build to drop. It was one of the standout titles that I was not expecting, and ended up being one of my, like, little gem finds of GDC, so I'm very excited today. If I seem a little distracted, it's just because I'm going back into my notifications to try and find all the the couple of friendos who hooked me up with codes to this one. Because not only did they send me demo codes, which are available to everyone, but also like a proper full copy when it goes live. So this will not be the only day we play Children of Morta today. How do I keep missing? How do I keep missing tweets? What am I liking? What, Malik? You're retweeted by Neil Gaiman once, and suddenly your feed's completely all over the place. Me. So yeah, friends, come on in, fix yourself a bevy. We've got a fresh new game to look at. We've got some industry stuff to banter on. I'm trying to find it. Where's the fucking thing? Oh wow! So basically, my never pre-order. Oh wow, I got a fucking message from G2A? What the hell has my Twitter feed been doing last night? Okay, sorry. So I was scrolling back to find the name of the gentleman who worked at 11-Bit Studios, the team behind This War of Mine and Frostpunk, who did my demo for Children of Morta at GDC, because I wanted to be like, hey friendos, the reason we've got this is thanks to these people. I'm scrolling back, a fucking G2A responded to my message about talking shite. It's fucking weird. That's fucking weird. I just wanted to find the name of a person and I'm like, where all these tweets happen? If you'll wonder, like, sometimes why I don't respond to, like, GDC mails, or, the... Oi! Spooky Ghost, check you out. I know, Alpha Deluge, G2A, talking shite, what? But also, the reason I'm not showing you the tweet is because it's someone who works there, probably a community manager, who's reaching out and trying to do damage control on a situation that's, like, the decision is outside their pay grade. So there's nothing to be gained about being shitty to a CM. And Spooky Ghost, thank you for the 2 tiny bits. And Train for the teeny tiny kappa. Hey, it's Fiona Watto and welcome. Who's not had no what ho? So Numbers, ET3 Stooge, a very British Gale. Lizzie, who's not had a greeting from me. To all of you lovely folks, Watto and welcome. How are you all doing? Just trying to find it. I'm just trying to find the fucking thing. I miss so much stuff on Twitter. There we go. So Rufus, you fucking bitch. And there we go. All right. So now I am queued up. Also, House Order coming out in force today. Chrono, Stooge, Stepagen. Thank you kindly for refilling the pint glass. I'm not actually sure the mechanics behind why sometimes the pint glass empties from one day to the next. And why sometimes it stays packed to the rafters. Alright. Sorry, here's me spinning plates a little bit. Ah! Arden! Thank you for the reminder. Also, Arden, Mr. Squarepeg, Kestrel North. What? Oh, whoa! House Chaos not to be undone there. Very British Gale. Thank you, friend. Throwing 500 bits in there. Keeps my sorry ass alive, so I'm very grateful. Thank you. House Order, I'm sorry that your work got undone. Who was that? Was that Arden reminded me? So, friendos! You know we like free video games. So you know we like free video games. Gale's like, I've never bought a house chaos. I'm Irish. I can make chaos for chaos' sake. Well, in the aiming of for those who aim to misbehave, be it house chaos or otherwise, so Rebel Galaxy is now free on the Epic Store. If you haven't encountered that game before, it's kind of like, I don't want to say simplified. It's got all the trappings of games like Elite, but with
Started playing Oxygen not included. So, now I have something to spend way too much time with. So, thanks for that.
You probably shouldn't reward me for helping destroy your gaming time and possibly your personal life. But Oxygen not included is dope, so one, you're entirely welcome for that recommendation. And Aaron, feckin' thank you! That's $12 to keeping this feckin' thing going. Thank you, alright? I mean, y'all unraveled me while I was buying a bed this weekend. So, thank you. And the reason I get so kind of like, I don't want to say overly feelsy, like, it seems, yeah. I woke up this morning, kind of felt a little bit weird, a little bit disconnected from the games industry. Because in a regard, I am. And then I was like, you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna spend my day hanging out with a bunch of friendos and chatting games industry stuff. Whereas when I was working games industry, people would talk to me a little bit about industry stuff, but you could see that after a couple of minutes they would give me that look of, they're looking around the room for any excuse to get out of the conversation, because they know that I want to talk at length about all of this. And now, not only do I get to do that, but for some reason you all seem to like that. What's up with that? Also, Chrono, thank you for refilling your gloves. Isaac Grid would like to remind you that for everyone picking up a free copy of Rebel Galaxy, nuclear missiles have crappy tracking. So, Tal, I miss our industry chats too. Those helped keep me sane in quite a few situations. Actually, let me turn that off so you don't all get blamed. Sorry, the reason why, if you haven't encountered Rebel Galaxy before, it's basically off-brand Firefly. It's, rather than being a full, rather than being like a full space dogfighting style game, it's on like a flat plane. So it allows for you to do more things like broadsides, fighters, missiles, those kind of things. But it still has that open world trading, like the entire galaxy is up to its own shenanigans. So you can buy and sell stuff, you can get into all kinds of mischief across the known universe. And the flavor and the style is so clearly influenced by Firefly that it's probably the closest we got to that sort of game, or at least a good version of that sort of game, you know what I mean? Squarebag's asking if I've ever played Comanche Gold, an old helicopter flight sim. I have not. I played F818 Hornet, and then I used my my parental unit's F818 Hornet setup to play MechWarrior 3. That was as hard as I got into like proper sims back in the day. Just Diver says, what was the game? I missed the name. Rebel Galaxy. And Just Diver, just for you. Like, not for anybody else, just for you. I will sell it to you for the low, low price of no money. Like, now none of you else are allowed to click that link and get that game for free. That is just for Just Diver. Yeah, Rebel Galaxy is a stonkingly good game, and I recommend it so much. Though I don't think it cloud saves, so I think if we were going to play it, we have to start again. The early game is great when you're playing it for the first time, but when you're replaying it, the early game is just painful. Isaac Grid says, let's not beat around the bush. Guns handle like Black Flag. Yo, give me a sci-fi game with broadsides. I'm a happy Mother Hubbard, you know. Oh, Isaac, I said don't click the thing. Oh my god. What do you like? So yeah, friendos, I've been games industry chatting with peeps this morning. Number says, do Epic Store purchases have DRM? In as much as any digital platform has DRM. To my understanding, it doesn't have like de novo or third party, but you know, it's a platform. You got to log into it to play it. Oh, what was the other little bit of games industry news? I guess the drama points. Oh, Beadora says fresh off work. Hype! What, oh, friendos? Oh, Tal says, give me an updated Sid Meier's Pirates, please. Yes! Shit, I'd just take like I'd take a nice upscaled version of the PS1 classic Overboard. My tattoo is itching like a Mother Hubbard. Arrgh! Yeah, very British is like, if I didn't already own it, I'd snatch a free Rebel Galaxy. Well, what I'm doing is, I'm stocking up on the free games on Epic because I already have them on Steam. But you never know.
Reactor online.
Who's that?
Online.
Thrame!
Online. All systems
Fucking
online.
legend! Seven months, friend. 7 months. Suits you right, pretty. My Twitter is exploding because I told everyone I was a Slytherin. Oh, as an FYI, the Harry Potter Pokemon Go style game is out. I made a character. I haven't done anything more than that.
Stop that incessant clicking.
Yo! House Carl rides! Whoever that was that gifted a sub to Mr. Squarepeg. You fucking legends! Still rocking at 316. What is my life? What is my life? I went to go look at a thing and it's completely dropped out of my brain. Oh yeah, everyone's gonna be getting new badge next month. That should be pretty good. Numbers are saying we need to get to 1k subs. We came very close, and that's fine. I can't imagine us getting to 1k subs in the crazy near future. But and I think it was the derpy voice that I agreed. Ray says we're less than 2 weeks away from that new badge. Bloody hell. Yeah, Dorcas, there's the 1,000 sub promise. But I'm only chatting on that one because, like, yeah, y'all are under no obligation. You know what I'm saying? And there should be the 1 year badge should be done soon. The friendo who's going to be joining me on Saturday's stream is Banter, who has been doing most of the artwork and stuff for the show. Because it's pretty much like Banner, Harmful Rays, and Artsy Poe is pretty much our 3 artists. I mean, Dorcas, if someone were going to do that, as much as I would love to do the ridiculous voice thing, please throw that in bits. Because that'll keep us going for fecking ages. Dash is saying if I win the lottery, I'll be doing that. Well, the one thing is that I'd have to keep going for as long as... I'd have to keep streaming for as long as those notifications were coming through. Like, so that would be a hell of a day. Because how long does it take? It takes about like half an hour, 40 minutes to get through 100. So that would be at least 6-7 hours. Kronos says, wait a second. The artsy pose an artist? Who'd have thought? Yeah, Dash, 7 hours have stopped that incessant clicking. Georgia says, do you get 100% of donations? Are they better than bits? I don't get 100% of donations, but I get like 90%. PayPal takes a little cut. Twitch and Streamlabs don't take anything. Bits come through to me 100%, which is why, and this is not me fishing, this is not me screaming about anything. Like, those of you that do throw bits, that comes through in the largest amount. So, yeah. So if you do choose to throw stuff at my dumb face, bits is the one that helps the most. But also, I know for people outside the US, bits are real expensive. And the international, the cost of you buying bits is very expensive, comparable to throwing donations and what. So like, yo, throw what you can at my stupid face. I'll let you know if we get into troubles. Right now, we're doing all right. You know, we still got 2 weeks left on this month. Thraim is asking if I break because of generosity or from hearing the notification. Why not both? Yes, Dash, they do get you on the leaderboard. Well, so, alright, I don't want to get into the details of it too much, but one thing I found out is that Twitch already handle the taxes on bits, so I don't have to pay taxes on bits in the US, which is a big help. So while it does end up being a front-loaded cost, bits coming through end up being a massive help to keeping the longship running. But we all live in different parts of the world, we all have different amounts, like, you all keep me alive, so I keep running the show. That's the long and short of it, my friends. That's the long and short of it. Cryosticks was saying the Euro bits are double what they are in the S. They are. But anyway, the reason why you all keep me around is so you all don't have to worry about running the behind-the-scenes nonsense. If it ever gets to the point where, you know, we're in trouble...
Heard it here first. Will enjoys having our large things thrown into his face.
Oh, you're a terror! You're a terror, and thank you. Very British Gale throwing 500 there for an entirely PG-13 joke. Wink! Entirely PG-13. Yeah. Numbers is going tomorrow. Can I stop in? I don't know. I still haven't decided what tomorrow is going to look like. There's definitely going to be a stream tomorrow at the usual time. But yeah. Kessel says bits are stupid expensive for me. You're in that Canada. And them Canadian bits are made out of like maples and fucking moose and stuff. It's like expensive. American bits are made out of like, I don't know, like freedom and like eagles. Something. Snavalis is saying 100 bits for me costs €2. Theodore was asking what 200 bits costs the US peeps. Oh, I can't cheer my own channel, so I can't see. I can't give myself bits. And the thing is, friendos, I don't live expensive. Like, my rent is cheap. I have a nice, cool basement in a house full of dogs, you know. Dash says, Get Bits page claims roughly $2 Canadian per 100 bits. Dash says the charge on CC is closer to 150 for 100. Sorry, here's me completely keeling over on conversation. Let me start cooking that tweet. I'm just cooking a tweet. This is what I love about hanging out with all of you lot, is your ability to break down the international money stuff as like, pretty feckin' top tier. Not you impressed with that? Sorry, just banging out a tweet. I mean, in terms of like running the longship, overheads right now are super cheap because it's pretty much just keeping me alive, and like I don't have like a 40k habit or a feckin' Magic the Gathering habit. I drink cheap, I eat cheap. The only thing I've spent money on outside of survival has been like thank you food for friendos that have helped keep the longship running. That's pretty much about it. I bought a bed. That was my big spend. Oh, and a tattoo. The bed and the tattoo have been like my only real spends. Ice Cream says you don't have a 40k? What heresy is this? I don't have a 40k habit. And Vagabond, what? Oh, Fred, no, do not cancel that one. Almost done my tweets. I know, it's so exciting. I honestly don't know how people stand the sheer level of excitement. Theodora says, most important but not mentioned, where is Hugbot? Crap, I need to bring Hugbot in. Also, Camille bought me one of the wooden fists, so that's got to come on in. Numbers has $100 in board game extensions arriving tomorrow. Nice. Alpha says, I don't stand for it. I am sitting. Well. I should probably start propping everybody up for today's game. So today, friendos, I want to talk games industry stuff. I want to hang on out. We're going to be playing at least the early demo of a title called Children of Morta. It's a feckin' cracking game. I've had hands-on with it. I played it at GDC, and it was one of my standout titles. One of the things I really liked about it is that while the gameplay had a core kind of dungeon crawling kind of flavor, the idea that it's not a character you're playing as, but a family, the Bergerson family, if you will, gives it this real grounding. It feels less ridiculous than this one person continuously face-rolling the same dungeon. Theodora says to go make tea during waffle time. Well, that's where we have the waffles! Good! It's a cracking game. If this is something you're interested in, do throw it on your wishlist in Steam, because that helps out the devs a whole bunch. Sorry, I'm just jumping into the press kit. Oh, that gif. Oh, that gif. See? Press kits that contain really sweet animated gifs. It's not hard. It's not hard. Ark of the Conclave, a lot of press packs don't contain GIFs, which can get really annoying. Oh, maximum file size. How is that over 15 meg? Alright, I take it back. Take it back. Maybe make GIFs that don't go over the fucking size limit! Now I see if someone else has done the hard work for me and resized it already. Hey, Rhoda Stormscale Water friend! Come on in, come on in. Important point, you can pet the dog in Children of Morta. You can pet the dog. Oh, please tell me this. Come on. Give us a fucking good gift, mate. Alright, this will have to do. I'll have to fucking do. No! Why are you like this? Jess Driver, thank you for the teeny tiny bits. I know we were chatting a lot about them, and you know, if very, very quickly, and I promise we're going to get into video game stuff in just a second. I talk a lot about bids and you're throwing stuff in my face and all of that one. And if it ever sounds like I am just taking that shite for granted, if it ever sounds like I'm just going through the motions on that, you can be like, oh, I will. Feck you like. Because we've been doing this for 8 months, coming up on 9 months. This has been for realsies. The Longship. The Longship is a real operation, entirely funded by you lot through this. The reason we get to do this every day, the reason we get to hang out, is because for some reason you're starting to keep me around. I don't know why some days. This has been like one of the best jobs I've ever had. And so I do take the business side of this stuff very seriously. And I have no qualms in talking it through with you all. But I'm not naive. I am not under any delusions. It's fucking dope and I am sincerely grateful for it, alright? And I don't say that lightly, like, I ain't some fresh-faced green bean who fell face first into Twitch, like, you know, I've been director level of a video games company, you know, I'm not a green bean. So I don't say that without, I don't say that lightly, alright? Just want you all to know that. I kind of wish I was able to do more to help indie games than I am already, but I don't know, without getting like an extra 3-4 hours in the day, I don't know what to do. Because I tried helping out a few indie titles last year, but the sheer amount of time it takes to get coverage for titles, to look into potential publishers, to help facilitate these games going to market, is not a small amount of time. And these indie teams that I want to help, they can't afford someone to do that for them as...
I thought you were more of a ginger bean.
Isocrid throwing in 1,000. Fecking thank you. As if you didn't scare the wee out of me yesterday playing Sniper Elite. Friendos, if you didn't see it, I think it's on the top clips below. Isocrid did like a little bit donation while I was in a shootout with Navalis. Nearly pissed myself. Nearly pissed myself. That's why we have bathroom breaks. So, yeah. Yeah. Yo! Dash, it wasn't fishing! Dashkill, thank you as well. So, Isocrid, Dash. Yeah. I'm super honored to be your human megaphone and your flag-waving numpty, so, yeah. Toll says, when's the My Friend Pedro stream? Well, I will chat to Echo on that one, because Echo called dibs on My Friend Pedro, not this E3 Bowl, but the E3 Bowl before. So we might do it after, or depending on when Echo's gonna do a stream on that one. Dash is like, fishing? Heck no! It's firing at a vulnerable moment. Stop knowing me! It's not fair! And Chrono, thank you for refilling your pint glass. Oh. Raid's asking if I saw the animated trailer for My Pen Pedro. Hells yes. And I think that might have been the same team that did the animated trailer for Dead Cells. But I'm not sure. At some point, friends, we are going to get an animated Longship intro. It's probably a long way away. And one of my sober friendos did one. It was like an Evangelion Bubblegum Crisis style intro for their stream, and I'm like, that's pretty dope. That's pretty dope. Ours will probably be more FLCL meets Tower of Druga, if you know that. Also, if you don't know Tower of Druga, great shows on Crunchyroll. 2 seasons. Yo!
Oh shit, I actually paid for bits. WTF.
Just Diver, fucking thank you! Thank you. Well, I mean, Just Diver, you just got here in the last, like, month, like... Oh! Thank you. And also, just because Twitch is doing the Pride shout-out, so I wanna celebrate that Isocrid, Dash, and Just Diver unlocked a crap ton of Pride emotes for people. So, yo. And Chrono with the tiny wave unlocks. Right, I better get stuck into this game before you lot unravel me any further. Although, this game's probably going to come with feelings, because, like... this game's going to come with feelings a little bit. Oh, the Artipo! What, old friend? Because this was one of the games I saw at GDC, and as you well know, this was the first GDC that I went to as Will of Viking Blonde. I have a little pass on the back of my door that says Will Overguard, broadcaster, Viking Blonde. I got a proper media pass for that. Alright, let's get into this game. Let's get into Children of Morta. Before I start feeling things. Start feeling more things.
Bits for chat. Left.
Thank you, Rodar. And more people get more flagged! More people get more wings! Woo! Alright, tweet has been delivered. Let's make this fucking happen. Hey, AR! What, old friends? We're about to get stuck into this game. Promise. Promise. Oh. Thank you, mate. Alright, so let's pause on that one. Bear with me just a second while I get this game added. Might have to restart it. Got some good shit. Children of Morta. I can't spell children. Children of Morta. There we go. Alright, let's get that going. Alright. And without further ado, attune your ears to the grinding ears. Oh wow, damn them visuals crisp. And nothing bad happened the end. My tree! AR's asking, so how do you feel about EA's surprise mechanics on...
Awoke,
Oh,
startled, a cold sweat clinging to her.
this is new.
She gathered her thoughts. Aged wood creaked, echoing through the quiet rooms.
Well, shit! I'm going back to sleep now, you fecks! Harold! Harold, get my feckin' tea!
Near the house stood a shrine to Rhea Dana, goddess and daughter of the land, of Rhea and a being of comfort. Margaret sought answers.
Wake the feck up!
But the goddess did not speak.
Aye!
There was only the faint whisper of something dark, something hungry. The old seer's bones felt the weight of their age as she climbed.
Why the feck do we put this thing up so many feckin' stairs? Christ! Get a feckin' chairlift or something!
The only
Brenda's got
thought
a
of her
chairlift.
mind. Has it begun again?
What the hell? That's dope. Okay, this was not in the GDC demo. This is cool. Oh, Kestrel, thank you for saying my old lady voice is spot on. Apparently that's what Kestrel sounds like in the morning.
John's mission would be a simple one. He was to investigate Rhea's greatest shrine. His mother presented him with a fresh divinity shard.
Fresh out oven! John, stick that in your gob!
From his brother came a newly sharpened sword.
It glows. Hey, weird.
His wife gave him a kiss, and his daughter's hugs were full of reason to return home safe.
Both lovely, neither of which will actually provide him any protection against arrows, but alright. Actually, because wait, you can just conjure those? We had to go down in the dungeon for like 8 weeks to get like 2. You can just make them? Margaret, you're an ass. So quickly, jumping back to AR's point, basically EA is being dragged over the coals at a governmental level, and they have said that they are that their mechanics in game are not loot boxes, but they aren't loot boxes, but surprise mechanics. On the one hand, it makes me laugh how they are squirming to get out of that. On the other, I really don't want any kind of government oversight of video games, so... My beverage is all gone. But why is it gone? For those of you wondering about the Friendo Co, that was our official beverage of yesterday. All right. Anyway, let's get this party started. Nothing too special at this point. Like, it's a dungeon crawler as you know and love. Get fake birds. My shield glows because I'm cool like that. And a little bit of a directional control. Rothar's saying, lamentably they can't see it on mobile very well. I'm sorry. And now Kitty's to cut a Watto, friends! Come on in, come on in. And yeah, Artibo, the pixel art work on this game is astounding. And controls-wise, in case that doesn't come through, it is very satisfying. But this is just setting us up, yo.
Rhea, a land long forgotten, a place of unimaginable beauty.
Cracking Wi-Fi. Those are our save points.
It first appeared as sludge given life.
Alright, primary attack. John uses his sword. Who was that? Ice Grid says, why do I get this feeling that we're going to end up cutting the sub count on the grass? I don't think I can actually cut the grass in this game. Also, this isn't going to be one of those days, you know what I mean? Like, the below stream was something special, no doubt. But... John, did you not bring a feckin' torch? And spooky ass ghost, thank you kindly. Kirsten says, yeah, game gets dark. So spooky. Evade. Oh yeah, I got my cheeky dodge. So what these, the little minions are very good at moving around you. And it feels a little bit more, you have to be a little bit more aware than, say, like your average, like, Diablo clone, or your average Diablo session. But I don't want to spoil too much for those of you seeing it the first time, so I'm just going to wail on these guys. But those little bad words will sneak around given half a chance. Pixel art is so good. Just as an FYI, so the GDC demo mostly... Aww. The GDC demo mostly dropped me straight into, like, the dungeon crawling segments. Alright, come on, bastards.
A wall, impeding further progress. A battle was certain.
Shields, or as I call them, time not spent attacking. Dear tiny slugs, just... Alright, Bergens uses the Shard of Life to cleanse corrupted objects.
Banished by light itself, the corruption abated, leaving the shard cold in hand, dark, in need of life.
And Isaac saying, oh hey, look! Yeah, I can't believe we made it up to like 700 subs. That was still ridiculous. Very British Gale says, oh, and slightly bittersweet news. Crunching numbers, I've realised I will be able to afford to go to London in July. So, oh, you won't be able to go to London. Oh, I'm so sorry. Because I was going to say, please say hi to Fred and Emily for me if you do go. But you will be able to join us for the Barley Bowl. Well, that's cool. But I am sorry you're not going to be able to go, because Twitch London's a great evening. And Fred and Emily are lovely peeps. So, I'm sorry you're not going to get that. Father! Alright, gemstones. Greater chest requires a gemstone to open. Gemstones are found in different places, like on this animal corpse.
The shard grew warm, humming softly from the harnessed energy.
Digging this narrator. A Divine Grace, a powerful item that aids you with a buff. Damaged enemies burn in fire. Fire type, best type. And then the Fire Nation attacked. You look bad.
Before him was now one more dangerous than those that came before.
Whoa! Damn! John gained a skill point. I mean, pretty classic. Spend skill points on new skills. Ellie to continue. I don't think we get to choose any of the others right now. So we just get Heaven's Strike. So many tiny animals. These little monsters. Is it on fire? It could be more on fire. Yes, that was a Helsinger Bridge quote. Yes, I'm becoming very
Goblins, a familiar threat, albeit farther out than usual.
Alright, use your newly found. Oh! That's fun! The only thing they're gonna be goblin is my sword!
Inherently violent and ill-bathed, the goblins were an unfocused, constant threat.
Unfocused and ill-bathed. That's an excellent review of anyone. I found him to be ill-bathed. As if they somehow attempt to take a bath and fail.
But dangerous. A land of love found and of love lost.
And Dash, that's a really good point. This game is one of those games that screams out the animators were having a good time. Like this, Hyperlight Drifter, games where it feels like the animation and art teams were just given so much freedom to stretch their wings. Or they had very, very solid art direction. I couldn't tell you which right now, but
was sacred ground.
It shines through.
Untouched.
No pun intended.
In days gone by.
Meowkitty Sakura is saying a little bit like Bastion. That's not I don't think that's unfair. I think that's a... Bing.
Remaining calm and collected, the shock of his heart-skipping beats was concealed in expert fashion.
Who the feck is
Before
you?
him stood Linda, his eldest daughter, with bow and quiver at the ready.
Go home,
To
Linda!
do her part.
Linda, I fucking got this!
You got too much here, Madrid, yes.
Create a temporary aura that damages nearby enemies. Now it starts getting fun! mess those cooldowns. Yes, Dash says never dry fire your bow. I got lucky because back when I was a massive Penny Arcade fan, I remember watching the episode where I found out that dry firing a compound bow breaks it. So that was an interesting piece of knowledge.
Before the Guardians were not beasts feeding, but monsters consuming them, destroying others. They corrupted and distorted, creating even more hungry husks.
Damn! Alright. Did someone say proc all abilities? I think they did. Papa says no!
Both father and daughter gathered their thoughts, their hearts heavier than before. How would they explain what they had witnessed?
Nom Nom says, what does dry firing mean? You slap some lotion on and pull it back or what? Dry firing is to pull back the string without having an arrow there. And on compound bows, the ones with the, is it compound? Usually the ones that have the weird wheels and stuff at the top. Dry firing them can break the string, so that's fun.
The ancient tree had been cut down. Together, father and daughter described the horror, creatures dripping with decay that slithered into bodies stuck between life and death to bolster their ranks.
They also
Grandma
asked if anyone
Margaret
wanted to get
confirmed
Tucker
what they all feared. It was the corruption. A cruel entity spoken of only with hushed voices. An ocean of darkness that flowed from the top of Mount Morta. And the Bergsons' duty was to stand against this devouring deluge of death. John steeled his nerves, thinking of the difficult climb ahead of him and his daughter. The only thought that consumed his mind, by all the curses, where is that boy right now? Kevin was also eager to do his part in the family's fight, especially when his older brother Mark was off somewhere. He was as much a guardian of their mountain home as any of them. She stood. If they were to reach the summit and destroy this evil, as the Bergsons of old had done in the past, they would need the assistance of the sanctuary.
Wait, we had a basement the whole time? Grandma, you've been holding out on us.
Given to the Bergsons by Rhea herself, the sanctuary was a gateway to the mysterious lands around the mountain.
Probably should have mentioned that, shouldn't he?
Margaret pointed to the huge crystal at the center of the den, revealing their next task.
Put on a fucking copper!
Activate and opened the way to the source of the corruption. And once Rhea's 3 spirits are gathered on the grounds, the only gate to the top of Mount Morta will open in this chamber.
We could have put this stuff on
By himself,
Airbnb. We could be making a
with the
fortune.
assistance of those who loved him, John needed to gather the 3 spirits from their lands. Without them, he would not be able to stem the flow of the corruption.
Alright, so let's quickly return home.
Meow.
Because I want to show you the house, because the house is wonderful. So chapter select, library. See, and this is one of the first things where it started showing, like, you're not playing as John, you're playing as the family. So firstly, can we please appreciate the little Pixel Kitty? Because, Pixel Kitty! Pixel Kitty! Sorry, this was important to me. So John's chilling up in the library. Nothing super duper special about here. This is just... The library's just kind of... Yo! Dashko with 100 cheer for the kitty! Oh yeah, so some of it's still placeholder artwork and things like that, so do no worry. And later on, as we unlock more stuff, we're going to be able to head over to the blacksmith and customize, make items, improve our characters. But I wanted to show you that. And not just a bacon, but a, bacon. I'd like to say, what, old friends, welcome. We're playing the beta build of Children of Morta. So if you fancy come and join us, you're more than welcome. So the Calippo Cave is going to start the Silk Caverns. I think the Silk Caverns is where I'm set up. So I'm going to stick with John. And lamentably, I don't have a player 2 to hot seat with. So you're just stuck with my sorry ass, I'm afraid, friendos.
A celestial shard, chipped directly from the ancient crystal in the sanctuary. It would be the Bergsons' lifeline, a tether to pull them back home before death's fateful whisper.
Still gonna hurt, though. And a very rich girl would like to ask, oh, hey, Will, I've got a question for you. How many Saiyans does it take to change a light bulb? I don't know. How many Saiyans does it take to change a light bulb? Bacon, breadsticks, damn. Bacon now. I'm making me hungry. Alright. So from this point, we're into... I mean, this is the... How do I say atypical? This is the standard kind of dungeon crawly adventure. There's spiders and bats and stuff to cut through. Grab cash, spend cash, and
Over 9,000, one to lead and the rest to conquer the planet.
holy crap! That's not how I thought that joke was gonna go! I thought you were setting up for a DBZ Abridged reference! Okay! Alright, before I start feeling things, I need to respond to this in kind. Vegeta! What does it say about how many bits you just threw at my face? It's over 9,000! Oh, that's 9,001 bit. Holy feck. Holy feck, thank you. Everyone just got a good bit of thing. Gerald says you do a good napper. I do a better napper than a Vegeta. Vegeta! It's a Chaozu. I don't have one of those. Oh, one other feature it has that I've seen in other games which I love. Right stick, if you want to, can be your hack and slash. So you can do it all with left stick, or you can just do basic attacks with the other stick, which is real cool. Which for ranged characters is super good. Fucking hell. Gale, what are you like? What are you like? I honestly thought you were chaining up for a DBZ Abridged reference. So I was like waiting for you to drop the joke so we could then like go, you know, I don't know, who are you gonna call Ghost Napper or something?
step without regret. One cannot change blind destiny.
What the bloody hell is that? Oh, crud. I wasn't ready! Alright, so we're still at level 1, so we can, hang on. So, Shield of Thorns. Melee attackers take damage when blocked by John Seal, or Heaven's Strike. Needs one more. So I'll take that for now. But what happens later on is some of your passive abilities start affecting the rest of the family. I don't know if this is the one, or if this comes later. Yo! British scale, dash, everybody. Thank you. And numbers! Fucking congrats, yo. Board games. I'm assuming you're gonna go on a board gaming spree. Did I win? I feel like I won. Or maybe lost. No, it's it. Numbers, you just spend it on you, friend. Alright, you've been working a whole bunch.
Not going to be a day like below. Huh.
You all take great joy in... Yaki Sakura, thank you for the money, yo. Oh shit, I'm dying. Guess who wasn't paying attention? This guy! Lovely. And spill a Watto, friends! How are you doing? Playing Children of Morta, Adventures in Dungeons. Remember, inside every adventurer with a can-do attitude is a dungeon skeleton waiting to get out. So Bacon says, is there loot or any coins dropping? There is / going to be loot. At the moment, it's still somewhat taking us through the paddling pool. This game does a very good job of slowly introducing you to a lot of the family mechanics. So at the moment, it's just atypical feels unfair, but at the moment it's very much a dungeon crawler as we know and love. Kill baddies, get loot, do a murder.
Stop that incessant clicking.
Also, whoever that was from House Carl that gifted the sub to Bacon! Thank you kindly, yo. Because there's a couple of things the game hasn't shown you yet, which it's going to. I don't want to spoil it. Because I think it'll do a better job of showing you than I would explaining, you know what I'm saying? That's weird. That's on my map. It seems important. Dash goes to start screaming, sub-only chat! Freaking spiders, man. Oh! I'm gonna take this one down to the wire. Maybe one of you could drop me some health? Nah? Not gonna... Alright. Frickin' spiders, man! Frickin' slightly bigger spiders. So to Bacon, once we've gone through a bit of this dungeon area, I can't remember if we have to clear it before we unlock it, but we're gonna start... Oh, that's a lot of spiders. we are going to start seeing more of how we like upgrade our characters via the family home. Because this isn't a game, as I was saying earlier, the hook of this game is you're not playing as John or as a character. You are playing as the whole family. And they should start getting into the how and the why of that later. Oh, I was hoping for some goodies. The blob monsters! As our family single-handedly exterminate all bats. Maybe when we've saved the land, we could just take up just battering small defenseless creatures with a sword as a profession. Ding! I've only gone and done a level! Alright, so we know which way we're going. So yeah, stop me if I started talking about this earlier in the day, but like, one of the things, I guess why I've got such an emotional connection to this game is like, this was one of the games that I got to see during GDC and during GDC where I was attending as myself. That seems bad. I'm gonna go check in here. This seems less bad. The Scepter of Proficiency increases critical hit chance. I'll fucking take it too. So coming in, having an actual press demo from the guys who do like this War of Mine and Frostpunk, like really strong, really interesting games, and then being like, oh, we're publishing this cute, cool thing. And I'm like,
Vessels long bereft of life remained wrapped in silk. Caverns had always been a home for the unpleasant, never the aggressive. And Neodaya had been absent while her realm fell to chaos.
Wouldn't mind a cheeky heal, but there we go. Bad, 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 bad. Damn it. Oh, that guy's gonna be a problem. Let's kick his ass.
To slip away, wondering if this was death.
Don't worry, we good. Alright. Points healed, run duration to enemies killed. So, now hopefully it should start explaining to them the proper mechanics here. Because I didn't wanna half explain some of the core elements of this. So hopefully this will go into the details a little bit better. A little bit better. Wait, is a sec. There we go. Aaron Feathers, what, old friends? How are you doing?
They gasped for air as the celestial shard rolled them back. A sensation no hero could become accustomed to. As she heard John and Linda describe their foray, thoughts rushed through Margaret's head. The corruption had amplified the creature's wickedness, and no longer were they part of the harmony of the rare. With the new threats looming, Margaret asked her second son, Ben, to prepare his workshop.
Ben, get to fucking work, you lazy
charge
bum!
of enhancing the warrior family's weapons and armor.
I swear to Rhea, if I don't hear that phone's going in 5 minutes, you can feel me shoe! Right up that bum! Right up that bum, I tell thee! Uncle Ben, get your fucking whip! Get your lazy ass in gear!
Uncle Ben reached out to the familiar warmth of the forge. If they were to reach the top of Mount Morta, the equipment needed to be of the highest quality.
Right. Uncle Ben uses more of to upgrade the family's gears and tools, increasing the main attributes. These are the family's main attributes. Yeah. Okay. So, a little bit of a start on here that around this area we're going to be upgrading everyone. Oh, daughter says need to head to dinner. See you later. Have fun, old lady Overguard.
Ah, that's a will, Duchess! You make sure you eat proper good now, or so help me!
Oxycrid's like, oh, an urge to watch Monty Python for some reason. Vanderby says, I think the narrator needs to do the voices as well. I always wanted to do, in the same way that, like, Stamper did, like, the different voices via Hattie Hattington. I wanted to do something like that. But this game's got kind of a somber, melancholy, like a family feel to it, so I don't think it's going to be that kind of... I don't think it would work with this game, but I want it. So yeah, we got armor, warfare, and again, this increases everyone's. So not just John, but like the whole family. Just don't have those yet. We need to spot more cash. So you got Ben's workshop.
Nothing could quite match the calm that Linda felt playing her violin. Its sublime sound, the perfect counter to the nerve-wracking uncertainty and chaos.
Oh, Aaron, I meant to ask, aside from a general Watto and welcome, and I don't think I said hi to Spiller, so if I didn't, Watto! Aaron, are you in for the Balu Bowl? The little mini Met tournament we got going on.
She knew where it was coming from. Her ancestors had spoken of such corruption flooding down the mountain. But Grandma Margaret wanted to know what it was, and what needed to be done to destroy it.
And why was taking so bloody long to get a fresh coop around here, I fucking tell thee! Bet if you've taken all the hot water, I'll fucking skin yous!
Terribly sorry. Bacon was asking if you can get upgrades with money. You can from Ben's workshop. I don't know if we need, like, crafting materials later in the game. And what they're doing is initially slowly introducing us both the characters and the elements. Now, it might just be that this build only contains some parts, but... Oh, home status. There we go. Uncle Ben.
Reactor on.
Oh, scared the
Sensors
crud out of
online.
me.
Weapons online. All systems nominal.
Neo Shido scared the crud out of
Let's
me.
hope.
What? Oh, indeed, to you, the Neo Shido. We're playing Children of Morta. How are you doing? I keep getting to do my creepy old lady voice. Mine scared me a little bit. Should probably have some more tea in a second. Alright, so let's give Linda a go. Because it hasn't started doing it yet. It hasn't started doing it yet. But there is a mechanic around rotating family members. You can't just play as John and blitz the game. At least as far as it was explained to me. So I kind of want to... I want the game to explain to you why. But also, I need to start leveling up Lydia. Otherwise, I'm going to be fecking stuffed down the line. Dude says, now what an 8 or 16-bit game about Assassin Nan. I'm down. Buddy. So Liddy gets 2 rolls and a ranged weapon. Piece of cake. So expect lots of running backwards. Make money, money, make money, money, work. Yep. Welcome to Operation Kiting. It's gonna take longer. We'll make it work. Wait. Vanderbeast says, have you ever noticed how we rhymes with T? Well, I hadn't to now. Dashgirl said, okay, does Children of Morta count as pre-order if we take part in the free preview weekend? No, it does not. So long as you throw a wish list on Steam, sorry, you owe this game nothing, but if you want to support this game, just wishlist it. Even if you ever go on the demo, like. Oh, something screeched at me. Get that tasty, tasty gold, that tasty EXP. So, jumping back in, Erin says, protect the bow, child! I shall indeed. Arco covered with,
Yeah, He-Man, yeah! I'll fucking wreck you! Eastman!
I seem to have lost the ability to do skeletal voices. Okay, you're a bad. You're an ass. Alright. Lydia gained skill point. Loose and arrow skyward, fell enemies, decreases the stamina consumed while moving and shooting, increases the duration she can perform. Alright. Yeah, we just need more attacks right now. Wherever that feckin' wizard is. Oh! From downtown! Bloody hell is this supposed to be? Magical bow! Magical bow says, oh hell no. So yeah, Erin, sorry. Did you see the stuff on the Balu Bowl, the mech tournament that Baron Sheep's gonna be running, and are you gonna be taking part? That was the thing I wanted to ask you. Why is a gemstone? My name's Deckard Cain. It is interesting that these do, that her arrows do splash damage, so that's kind of cool. And of course, Papa had too many gems, now we don't have enough. Erin said, I heard something about it, but I thought that was happening on Saturday. Erin, if you have a look on the events page, I've made a precursor event for it, so that those of you who do want to take part in the Balu Bowl aren't going to miss anything. Cha-ching. Spiller's like, ah yes, Mr. Kane, tell me about that cube again. The Horodran cube, while placed firmly into my urethra, allows me special abilities to sense Diablo. Although I'm still surprised any of you are surprised Diablo's back. I mean, it's called Diablo 3. It's not called Fluffy Light Adventures 18. I mean, seriously. Just let me die already. Alright, this map is way more spread out than the last one. Number says, wait, where did you post it? The events page. So it's... Wow, this map is way good. We have to backtrack a lot for this area. I mean, I'm in no rush, but like... It's very curious. The events page here on Twitch. We found some goodies. Alright, what have we got? The pulsating orb. Shoot a missile that grows larger and then explodes. Nice! Alright, let's take that for a run. And I do feel like, because it's the whole family thing, not character progression, it feels like there's value to running around and hoovering up as much in the way of goodies as you can, you know what I mean? Oh yeah, so numbers, there's plenty of time, July 6th, which is unfortunately the same day as Twitch London, so a few of the European peeps are going to be missing out on it. But it is still worth making some giant robots.
Can the body take a gamble of the mind?
We do good. Creates a tome that damages enemies from a distance. Yeah, I'll take a tome. Sounds dope. So we gambled and we got a cool tome. That sounds pretty dope. Alright, let's continue. Didn't get many gems to open too many of these little chests, but you can't win them all. Excuse me. Yeah, I'm gonna need a cup of tea real soon. But yeah, so Dash, jumping back onto your previous question, like, grabbing the demo and playing this is absolutely, I would absolutely encourage. And throwing a wishlist on Steam does help the devs because at the moment, Steam's algorithm is so heavily weighted towards games that get wishlisted. Like, you can actively help support games before they come out by doing that. Oh!
The halls of Anea Daya, so mesmerizing in their magnificence, were to be found at the end of a long road. And a hero never knows what is awaiting them at the end of a road. Moving is more important than reaching.
Okay. So jumping back in, Very British Gale says they've been working on a mech team for the Balu Bowl. Nice! Because the thing is, like, even if you hadn't been able to attend, your mech team would have been part of it. Alright, what you got for me? Oh wow, I am very dead already. Woo! I got my ass kicked there. Feckin' hell. Feckin' hell, friends. Aaron says, I need some links to make my team. Oh, hells yeah. It is all in the Dice and Yet More Dice channel. But I can summon up Baron Sheep, or I can ask Tal or somebody to provide the correct links. Aaron's like, how could you fail the Archer Child? Did you see what came out the woodwork? Like, they went above and beyond to kick my ass.
Kevin's need to help all began when his elder brother Mark left the house. His brother was strong, making any near him feel safe. But he left Kevin. Though Uncle Ben knew what his nephew needed, a focal point for his aspirations.
Numbers were like, Uncle Ben? Oh, he did. Corona says, I'm in two minds about the Balu Brawl. I like building stuff to start that number, but I can't commit to playing on stream due to times and differences. Well, if you create a team, they're gonna... Oh! Fast as dust. Alright, so we've got 2 talking points. Let's check these out.
On calm days such as these, Mary enjoys venturing into the nearby grove. The woodland creatures come out to lend her company. The smallest eat from her basket, while she takes in the serenity of it all.
Hedgy pigs! This is too fucking cute! Thraim's like, that's a very big deal. Oh, Papa Deer don't feck around. Sorry, so Chronoron, what I was going to say is, if you make a team and you can't attend, at least your team is part of it. Like, I don't know what Baron Sheep has planned. I know probably less than you do about his overall schemes for Stars Without Number. But if you make a team, they may end up being part of something in the future, you know what I mean? Alright, let's see what Gammy's got going on.
Uncle Ben pondered over a map he received from a refugee. The Silk Caverns were a twisted maze of dead ends and venomous nests. But somewhere along the right path, a Neadia, spirit of the Caldipo Caves, rested.
I'm gonna wake her ass up.
Well, maybe if you weren't being so freaking lazy, you'd already have fucking found it!
Gammy, I'm trying! Alright. Ferguson's attack damage. We've got movement speed. Yeah, we want attack damage. Alright. And to Lord Wiggles III, I say Watto and welcome. Not a formal title. A little formal for the family Bergson. But we welcome you all the same, friend. Welcome you all the same. Alright, so all we can do for now is head back in. Alright. Once more to the caverns. Ugh. Alright, so we got John, Lydia. I think John's a little bit more hardy, so we'll rotate them through. Lord Wiggles III says, I do not recommend working non-stop for 6 days a week. I would not recommend it either. I've done it, and I'll probably do it again, but I don't recommend it.
The silk-covered walls of stone, a foul-smelling excretion being pressed into the soft dirt beneath their feet. The creatures were more active than usual.
And apparently pooping more than usual as well. Alright. Alright. Keep forgetting my shield messes them up. So currently, John's got the survivability, and we just need crap loads of gold. Like, we ain't taking the crown till we can level ourselves.
Can the body take a gamble of the mind?
Oh, okay. So there are 4 pressure plates. One of these is a problem. The first one we failed at and got into a fight. The second one we won by going for the middle. So let's try right. Nope, we did bad. Cool. Cool. Nah, it's fine. It's fine. Not even slightly fussed. Spiller says, all this talk about pre-order made me double check that I have Cyberpunk 22 in my Steam wishlist. Yes. But unless, friendos, unless you desperately need the physical edition and are confident that, unlike, you know, that are confident it's going to deliver, do not pre-order. And I don't say that as like as a internet commenter nonsense. Honestly, pre-ordering does not. Ow! What's that? Kill 13 slimes. Guess I did good there. If a developer that you love is working in an environment where they need pre-orders to survive, that means they are in a very, very unhealthy situation. And honestly, it might just be better. It honestly might just be better that they get out of that, because that business model is not sustainable. Number says I pre-order board games. It's called Kickstarter. And Kickstarter's a whole different kettle of monkeys. And with Kickstarter, you are making an informed risk. The risks of Kickstarter are well known. Loving that damage boost. Also, I don't know if you've noticed this, friends, they're slowly introducing us to more complex traps and mechanics. So jumping back in says, I might make the exception for Cyberpunk 2077 if I decide I want the Collector's Edition. Collector's Edition tend to be limited supply and therefore exception, absolutely. Collector's Editions are really the best way to financially support your favourite devs. It's rare that Collector's Editions make good bank for the developer. But if it's a thing that you desperately need and you are sure it's a game that you want to support, then absolutely. But remember, not all Collector's Editions are created equal. Because I remember getting my Deus Ex Human Revolution Collector's Edition, and the Adam Jensen Play Arts figure for that was dope. But then I've ordered some Collector's Editions that were pretty kind of naff. Like, I'll be honest with you, the Skyrim Collector's was really meh. Was really meh. Damn, I need to heal myself in the field. And I don't know, so I'm hearing weird things from the CD Projekt Red. CD Projekt Red have said that they're feeling the pressure with their release date, but at the same time have said that they're doing a no crunch policy. And what I don't know what that means. I don't know if they're just like placating the public by saying they don't crunch, and then just not doing enforced crunch internally, but allowing devs to work.
Strands of white fibers coated the ground and walls, evidence of the Silk Caverns living up to their name.
Jarland says, my favourite collector stuff has been the hard-backed guides we've done for Fallout 4 and New Vegas. In fact, what have they done with Fallout 4? Quite possibly. See, the physical collector's edition for Fallout New Vegas was really sweet. But Fallout New Vegas was also broken to hell when it launched. Like, it became a very, very good... it became a very, very good title, but let us not forget that, yeah, for all its brilliance, Fallout New Vegas was feckin' forked when it came out. Clank says, voluntary crunch gives CD Projekt Red the side-eye. What? Don't, I'm not saying that I know CD Projekt Red is crunching. What I'm saying is that they've made some very interesting statements in the media about that subject, and I don't know where it's coming from. Dodge and weave, dodge and weave. Yeah! Well, let's get it started! Clank says I'm a little skeptical. Oh no, absolutely. I just didn't want you to think I was implying that CD Projekt Red were crunching when I don't have data to that effect. But it's just the way that they've phrased their language Because let's remember that Rockstar said they weren't crunching for Red Dead Redemption 2, which they absolutely were. Like, unless it's directly coming from the developers, like, no publisher is ever going to say, yeah, we've had a chat with our development team, and they're absolutely crunching themselves to death. Like, no one's coming out of this alive. Stab that guy in the gabba! Make money. Ooh. Temporarily increases rage gain. Yay. A hearty invigorate has been added. Lovely. What the bloody hell are you? Ace's contingency. Chance to throw an axe while attacking. Nice! Nice. I said nice one, brother! So Clank says, for their self, I hope they have a healthy, sustainable work environment. Me too. I don't know. Now the thing is, friendos, video games aren't engineering, video games are art. And sometimes you do have to go above and beyond to create something special. Sometimes things break. I know I tell this story so many times, but I think it's a really good example of like Blizzard, after showing their initial build of StarCraft, realized that they basically just made Warcraft again. Alright. Increases primary attack damage. Nice. Now, if I don't die, I'm going to be doing great. So having exhibited StarCraft at E3, they realized how far behind the curve they were, and they rebuilt their engine in like 6 months. The one that a lot of you will know, Final Fantasy XIV, it launched, it was broken, received a really negative reception. Users were not happy. Users were not happy in the slightest. Ding! John gained a skill point. Yeah, I'm gonna upgrade that. Nice one, brother! So now I can, so what did you just give me? Give me something. Alright, Guardian's Rage. Unleash your rage, temporarily become invulnerable and gain thorn damage. Or increase John's armor. That seems like a bad place to be. So let's explore some more. Sorry, jumping back in. Spiller says, browsing Steam, I just found the most Japanese game title of all time. Million Author, Arcana Blood. That's the new one in the Melty Blood series, right? Clank says, do you think more games are coming out broken at launch, or the digital distribution gives studios a chance to save them so we hear about it? I would say that the discussion of broken games has become more prevalent. I wouldn't necessarily say that more broken games are coming out, but we live in an age where you can post-patch, so... Alright, so that's the boss. Alright. More games are coming out in a state of not completely finished, because through the age of digital distribution, we can patch games on day one, so it allows you to increase the amount of time spent in development, you know? right. Oh, there we go. So screwed. So screwed. What are you doing? No! In the words of Cypress Hill, I ain't going out like this. Feckin' spiders, man! The other thing that we've seen is that, you know, the discussion around games and game development is now more prevalent. Not dying to a feckin' bat. The discussion around games and game development is now a larger part of our general gaming culture. So the discussion of what is and isn't a broken game, the appetite and a certain amount of the outrage culture around like video games media discussions at the moment does result in more focus around. I mean, I'll take a pile of money, but I need to not die. What if you give me the power to not die? What about that? I wonder what those are, because they're marked on my map, but I can't do anything with them yet. Interesting. Just Diver says, I like the aesthetic of this. You and me both, friends. It's really good. I'm feckin' running the feckin'... I'm absolutely running the... This seems like terrible and bad. Who wants to go check it out?
Not all in these caves are refugees. Some may just be traveling merchants stuck in a bind.
Free heals. Hey, if murdering these little bad words is going to get me a bunch of goodies, then I'm good.
The strange-looking shopkeep dusts off his clothes and tips his hat. Stop by his shop later, he instructs, for all your adventure needs.
And he gave us a become invisible goodie. Alright! We did the good! I thought that was going to be a massive feck up, but well done, team. So shopkeeper rescued, skills info.
Twitch voice lines and subtitles aren't quite the same thing.
Oh, I hadn't noticed, Shackle. So also, thank you for the 200 bits. How are you doing? What? And welcome! This game's dope. Ark of the Conclave says, the hero is you! No, the hero is you. I'm just merely the vessel. Doggo!
Love, truly a divine emotion, especially during dark days.
Don't you make me cry, video
Love
game.
had motivated this mother to lay down her life for her cub.
Oh, I'm getting angry. Someone fetch me my shoe! I'm about to rack some faces! Oh no!
Love now compelled the young one to try and rouse her from eternal slumber. It would be love welcoming the new orphan among the Blacksons.
Oh no! I just wanted to pet the dog. I will look after your little puppy. It's going to be very happy. God darn it. Shaka wants to name him Simba. Papa? Alright, well there's only one path left for us, friends. The path of the boss. And I will protect that doggo with my life. Oh! Oh, goodies. Increases critical hit chance. Yeah, I'll grab one of those. A potion of hitting critically. Just smash some pots real quick. You know, get it out of my system. Alright, wish me luck, friendos. Yeah, we'll accept that popper into our fam. How about that?
8 eyes.
God, that's disgusting. God damn it! Fuck! Damn, that guy's tough. Darn it! So we rescued the shopkeeper as part of the run, and we now have a dog in the family. Made like 500 cash, that's not bad. Killed 300 bugs. That makes me a hero. Bah! Drop my pad. Drop my pad. A bug slaying hero. For the record, I'm probably going to get pizza today. And it's mean because Tal informed me he wasn't allowed pizza, which made me want pizza. Oh, goodies.
A set of daggers made just for him. They would be his guide to finding himself, his focal point. The boy tested them. They felt good. Not too heavy, not too light. Like an extension of himself. Uncle Ben suggested a few practice swings outside. The daggers sliced the air, guided with an easy grace. His nephew was clearly a natural with the blades and would be ready to join his father and sister in no time. But the boy's mother had words on that subject.
Mama's not
2
happy.
of her children were already risking their lives, and she would not have her precious little boy out there as well.
And Uncle Ben had been
Regretfully,
drinking for like
he took
3
the
days.
daggers away.
Oh
Who
no!
was he to argue with a mother when it involved her child? Handing over the daggers was like abandoning a part of himself.
God, what is up with this game?
Meant to be out there fighting for what was right. He just needed to convince them.
There's no way this is gonna end badly. Look, Mom, just let him stab a few bats in the gabba. Like, we're not asking him to go out on a life of murder.
Although in the safety of the Bergsons' house, the young cub was not yet
Bobby!
in danger.
Bobby!
Exhaustion racked the animal's body, its chest heaving for even the smallest of breaths.
No, no,
The
no!
family believed several plants found deep in the nearby caves, combined together, could serve to remedy the situation.
I will. I have met this dog for 2 minutes and I'm prepared to kill another 300 spiders. Alright. sister's like, enough is enough. Kevin needs to stop pouncing in his room. Alright, so first thing first, let's get some upgrades. Yes, damage, thank you. Yes, survivability, thank you. And how much have we got left? We've got 100. I'll take a little bit of movement speed. Wait, they all cut. Ah, god darn it! Should have been stacking damage. Alright.
Lucy could spend hours with paper and pencil, giving life to objects she witnessed in the clouds, drowning herself in her own world, a place empty of life's trials and tribulations. Away from Grandma Margaret was always insisting that she continue to practice her other specialty.
It's memes, it's dank memes. Just Diver says, is this out? It is not. There is a demo up for the rest of the week, up until Saturday. So if you'd like to have a play of this, you're more than welcome.
A mother away from her child would cause worry even in the best of times. This was far from the best of times. It had been more than a year since Morta, Mary's eldest son, had gone to live in the monastery deep in the forest. The same forest was now the source of such worrying news.
Alright. We need to find stuff for the dog. And also, I really like how the story progresses as we go further into the caverns. Like, we haven't even cleared the silk webs yet. Alright, Lydia, you're up. Gonna try and keep everybody kicking ass. But Lydia's at range plus with the upgrade, so we should, he said at a high-pitched air quotes, be able to pick up the herbs we need for the doggo. Because I gotta admit, like, after Metal Gear Solid 5, like, there is a game where you can pet the dog and love the dog, and the dog will come driving with you in a Jeep, and if you train it, the dog will kill baddies with a knife.
The darkness of the caves had no end.
Right. What was that?
EROTECCDOGGO.
Oh, hells yeah, we're gonna protect the doggo. Hells yeah. Like, that's the most long ship thing I think we can feckin' do right now. Also, Clank, thank you for the 200 bits, yo. So, decreases the stamina on move and shoot. Actually, yeah, that's real handy. Frosty token added to the item. Makes me more ferocious. I mean, I guess it goes without saying, for those of you observing, this does play like good old classic El Polo Diablo Grande. Is tough as nails, but it feels like at this point, because what we need is a lot of gold, we need is survivability rather than DPS, so that's what we're kind of rolling on. So jumping back in, yeah, Gerald, I murder everything to get the doggo herbs. Absolutely. And Spillo was saying, for a second there I wanted to call the doggo Sith, but then remembered that story. Oh, those are spikes. On something useful. Cash and Grim's Orbit. Flames orbit you, damaging enemies. Nice. The roguelikean elements of this really do add a nice little bit of flavor.
One could suppose to err is human.
Man, those acids. Oh! The heck is this?
A stern talking from Mary is sure to be on the way.
Ha! Dad got stuck. Nice going, Dad. Get through the bloody portal, you idiot. And again, Clank, thank you for this, yo. Thank you all. I still can't believe fucking Gale getting me with the Helsing maneuver. With the Dragon Ball maneuver. Ah, it's delicious healing! Yeah. No, that's right. Careen into my orbs of fire! Make mine one. I'm definitely going to need a couple, because as you all might have noticed a little bit, again, very quiet today. This game is beautiful and absorbing. And honestly, friendos, I didn't know how much content was going to be in this at this point. Like, we're still rolling. Like, yo. British Gales, of course, approving of tea. I saw a horrifying thing the other day, which was the Boston Tea Party and how much tea was destroyed in that historic crime. Free goodies. I'll take them heals. Oh, Clank says, P.S. snuggling with my dog in bed right now. The dog feels are strong. I have to admit, like, living in a house where I wake up and there's a bunch of doggos just around is, like, the best. Alright, one more. We got any more goodies? Ooh, that looks fancy. Inflict damage upon enemies on contact. Yo! Anyone that touches us is about to be messed up. So we've got thorns and orbiting balls of fire. So I'll tell you what, friendos, I'll go for this run, and then I'll stop and get a cup of coffee or a cup of tea. Actually, do I have tea? Salem says, regarding doggos, I mean, this is relevant to my interests, so I'm going to have a quick look. Whatever Salem has thrown us. Ferocious Pop! Oh, little tiny Pop! I want to make absolute best friends with it all the time. return once more. Salem says, scroll through that thread. I shall indeed. Shackle says, Will, it may be useful, maybe not. But doggos. A doggo deck. I'm entirely alright with this. I've done a crab deck in the past, which was less adorable but more funny. Now let's see if I can not get myself wrecked here. Plus orb equals don't touch me. No, don't touch me. If you touch me, I will scream. Woo! First time we've had a character at full health in a while. Damn! Of course, now we're at full health. We're getting health packs for days. Let's check it out. We're as tough as we're ever going to be. Aha!
Mushroom was vital to any concoction with the purpose of healing.
The doggo shall live!
Before poisonous, any skilled brewmaker could extract the important properties without danger.
Without danger, danger. High voltage. When we dog. When we dog. So, I don't know how much more we're going to need to make the Doggo better brew, but we're going to give it a bloody good go. Those bastards are about the only thing that seems to be able to hurt us. Alright, I shouldn't get too blasé. Confidence is a slow and insidious killer. Back! Back! Sorry, here's me going into the zone. Oh. Oh, got a little bit dicey there, friends. A little bit dicey. You skeletons want to drop me some health? Oh crap. Yes! days, money for days. Do you remember like moments ago when I had crap loads of health? Do you remember that? Those halcyon days of shit tons. Delicious healing. Alright. We got this. I don't know how many more pieces we're gonna need to heal the dog, but I'm prepared to play this as long as it takes, you know what I'm saying? I don't know how much content is in this build. Oh! Those big ass spiders are making me nervous now. You know what I'm saying? Oh, still paths. There are still paths left untraveled. I feel like I've actually gotta, like, concentrate, you know what I'm saying? Oh, but I'll take whatever goodies they're laying down. Alright, what do you got for me? Toxic of Rejuvenation. Return to maximum health at the start of a new floor. Yeah, I'll take that. That seems like a fucking game changer, yo. Alleged Man says, "What, old friendos?" This looks like a cartoony Diablo. So this is Children of Morta. I wouldn't say it's cartoony. This has got a very, very crisp 2D art style with kind of like a magic as science, like neon flavor about it. It plays real good, but rather than being a character-driven title, the game is designed to be, you're playing as the family, not the individual. If that makes a weird kind of sense. This is not going well. When you kids want to drop me a health potion? No. Great. Wonderful. Let me see if I can get some health from somewhere before we risk the next area. If we can get more doggo stuff, then we're done. So yeah, this game is Children of Morta, and it is very, very good. I got to play it at GDC. It's dope. Oh, sweet mercy in a jar. Delicious heals! That's what we're having for dinner, friends. That's what we're having for dinner. Oh! Dodged. Alright, this might be doggo stuff.
Along came Grandma.
What are you doing down here?
Another tablet. There are those to join forces with the Bergsons yet. That's what Margaret told of the tablet's message.
I found a feckin' bucket, feckin' tunnel. I was looking for me tea, I got lost. I started reading a whole bunch of the feckin' walls.
And yeah, Spiller, I am prepared to burn the world to save that dog. Will in the regular, you know, let's have a calm, thought-out discussion about things. Like, let's put compassion first. Will, when there's a doggo on the line, burn it all! Is this good or bad? Right, That's the boss.
Welcome, friend, the shopkeep yells. Don't mind the occasional blood on the merchandise, he says.
Alright, so Divine Shield forms a shield around the Bergson, absorbing damage. Proceed, it explodes, dealing damage back. Become temporarily invincible. Heal. Rebirth. Upon a fatal blow, receive a modest portion of maximum health. Yuki the Seal. Protector against occasional... Alright, so... Rebirth. And heal. And a seal. No, I guess we only got to pick up one. Or if we are spending cash, it's not showing us the prices yet. Again, friendos, this is a beta build, so yeah. Smash this guy's pots. I don't want to seal. Alright. So we re-heal a new floor, and we've got one, like, saving death blow. There is, however, nowhere else to explore, so it's time to challenge that spider. But we can replay this area to hopefully find more stuff for the doggos. Make money, money. However, if my last spider battle is anything to go by, this is not the last time we're going to be running through this area. Alright, wish me luck, friends. Boss time.
All 8 eyes.
So gross. That's my first heal done. Doggo, you asshole! Woof! I had no right surviving that one. Hey! Woo! Alright, don't pre-order, but do support this game. Wow! So I guess that's as much as we can get out of this, like, narrative-wise. Unless, I mean, maybe we can keep farming it before we kill the spider boss. Oh yes, but now to burn the corpse with napalm, but yo. That's super cool. So how much did we get out of that? We got 2 hours to, took us 2 hours to beat the spider. Yo. That went pretty bloody well. Captain Steph, what, old friend? So I might get myself a cuppa, and then let's have a chat about the game. I really, really like how it does its storytelling, and I really, really want to have a look at that one. So yo, let's see where it drops us now, because it might let us keep running around the dungeons for a bit. So this is Gammy's intro.
Margaret awoke,
Ah,
startled,
feck, again?
a cold sweat clinging to her.
Is it like a naff Groundhog
She
Day?
gathered her thoughts.
Oh, me bones!
Aged wood creaked,
Oh, shit!
echoing
Oh,
through the quiet rooms.
feckin' narrator making me get out of feckin' bed at night. I were right warm. A good old dream about Robson and Jerome with their shirt off. But no! Got to make me get out of bed and do some
Near the
prophecy.
house stood a shrine to Rhea Dana, goddess and daughter of the land.
I'm like,
Rhea
hey, you're making me
and
walk all the way
being
out here and do some feckin' magic for you.
I really like the narrator, by the way.
Margaret sought answers.
It's just fun messing with it.
But the goddess did not speak. There was only the faint whisper of something dark, something hungry. The old seer's bones felt the weight of their age as she climbed.
Guess I missed something.
thought on
Did we
her
reach the
mind.
end of the demo? We did.
Has it begun again?
Poor old Michael Finnegan begin again. We're doing this in the round.
John's mission would be a simple one. He was to investigate
All right.
Rhea's
John hugs his daughter and his wife and is like... so friendos, do you want just a spot of the background music of Children of Morta, or would you like a bit of Mosh Pit Sim? Because I'm going to get a fresh bevy, and then I really want to talk about this game. I want to talk about how it's delivering its story, and why I think it's something that's worth focusing on. Because I've had some chats with some people, naming no names, who, when I've been talking to them about how to deliver a narrative, how to deliver a story-based game, they've been really focusing on what is my character, what is my lead character, how am I telling the story, and a lot of the time it feels like they're thinking about what if I was trying to tell the story as if it were a movie. Oh, alleged Nirvana's from the Mosh Sim. All right. So we'll pop back to desktop for now, because it does not like being all tabbed. We'll do some Mosh Pit. I'm going to get a fresh bevy and let's come back around to that. Hey, where were we? Where feckin' were we? Let's get that feckin' Mosh Pit going. Although this is entirely on me for not making a cuppa sooner. Go on, Mosh Pit. Got places to go, people to see, things to do. It's a kaleidoscope, innit? It's a kaleidoscope, innit? Mosh Pit, if you could just do the thing, that would be lovely. There we go. Was that so hard? Right, if you've never played this before, when the Longship bot prompts you, all you gotta do is type !play, and we can, and you will get yourself a little Mosh Pit Sona. When I come back, we're going to be talking about Child of Morta. I want to break down the storytelling bits with you, and just, like, I'm sure you all know the reasons why this is feckin' dope and feckin' worth your time, beyond like the myriad of other like Diablo wannabes, that why this is something special. But I need to get a biffy and possibly some food. So I'll be back with you all in just a second. I'd eat. Now have fun in the marsh! Be good. Remember, if someone gets down, pick them up. We really need to play marbles on stream at some point, but... There we go. Alright, you magnificent mother hubbards. I'll be back with you all in just a sec. Ready? Ready. Oh no! God, I want to play more Children of Morta! I should ask them. What if I break embargo?
Everything is processed, like modern music and photo. We hear and consume as being real.
I'm not here. I'm just a figment of your imagination. Observing you marching in the pit. Oh, this is just mercy in a cup. Now, while you're all crashing into each other, I've just sent a quick message to the devs being like, can we save the dog in the preview? I need to know. Oh, Atari! What? Oh, and welcome back! We're going to be playing, well, we're going to be deconstructing the Children of Morta demo in a little bit. And Tanari, wow! What old friends. I'll be back with you all in just a sec. So, yeah, I'm kind of flitting in and out. Technically, I'm still on break. Technically! Also, dear friendos, if you haven't seen the Harry Potter thing is out. If you are so inclined, you can now do the Harry Potter Pokemon Go-esque game. I don't know if it's good. I made a character. I haven't played it enough to even know my fucking friend codes, but I will put it up on the Discord when I have it. Clank says, what's it called? Wizards Unite? Wizards Unite! Hey, dude! Something along those lines. Oh, yeah! You're the fucking wizard, howdy! Oh, yeah! So apologies for the repeated rounds of mosh pit. We'll be back in just a second. Sorry, like I said, I'm just poking industry friendos because I really need to know. I need to know if we can save the dog in this fucking demo. It's important to me. Exceptionally important. Alright, so we'll do one more run and then continue. I'm quickly smacking on stuff. I see you, friend. Also, Dota Underlords released. I don't know if everyone's already aware of this, and I'm the last person to find out, but it's got a very fancy. Technically, it's a game released by Valve, so that's a thing. And yeah, I'm gonna hug the doggo. PC games on net. PC games down to the You're beating the bloody hell out of each other. Sharalan, you fucking badass. Alright. So Alpha seems to have the most wins, then Nivalis, then Jaralan. Oh, well, alright, we've got to do Ragtime Mosh. Alright, after Ragtime Mosh, we'll bring the little, we'll bring this to a close, friendos. We've got her. If you haven't seen this, this is ridiculous and one of my favorite things. Alright, bear with me just a second. Send it to the shadow realm. the poster for that event. And the other one is right. I just ordered some food. The game works not too well. Like, I have a real problem with forgetting to eat, which I'm sure we've discussed at great length. It's not that I don't eat, or that I dislike eating. I just forget sometimes, and so, yeah. Oh, I can take this. Casual's like, eat properly, back it. I'm trying. I like food. I like eating. I just forget sometimes. And then I start doing the show, I get very excitable, and yeah. So the game works a lot of real good for like, do you want some food? Damn, the dream that fast. Right. So let's bring this back to gameplay. Congratulations again to Dreamer for kicking ass. The top 10 must be pretty weighty by now. And let's get Children of Morta back up and running. Wait. There we go. Get Children of Morta back up and running. That's loading now. Because I really, really want to talk to you all about this. Oh, Spiller had to go to bed. Oh, Geraldine, well, thank you for passing on the message. I really want to talk about this game. Also, how's that 11-bit Studios intro? Dead Mage. The thing that I really want to talk to you all about this one is that thinking about how we tell stories in video games is, I think, a very important discussion. Far too much, especially at like GDC talks, especially at like industry talks, there is this discussion around the idea of the character, the story, be it the player or be it a character that we are following. This idea which comes over from cinema, whereby, you know, we have a character that we follow through, and that most narratives contain us. Most narratives we are following individuals. But video games are an experience medium, right? So one of the reasons why I want to talk about Children of Morta so much is that while we develop attachment to characters, the characters carry us through the action segments, but this is the story of the family. This is not the story of John or of Lydia. This isn't Diablo 3 where, you know, it's essentially What's-Her-Face's story, which you observe as, you know, this hero character from out of nowhere, with then kind of like bit supporting actors kind of telling the story. Oh, Alleged's got to go for dinner. Go eat some food, friend. It's always good to see you, Alleged. It's always good to see you. Alleged's like 24-hour mosh stream. That feels a little bit cheeky because it would be up to everyone else to do the hard work. I'd just be here drinking and talking. But that's another story. So what Children of Morta does is, what it has us roll through these dungeon segments in a one-part Diablo-esque crawler and one-part roguelike. So you have the roguelikean upgrades and elements that we find throughout the run that we have to then give back, but then we have the permanent leveling of the characters. But when we return to the house, the story is not being told to us from the perspective of one person. We're observing the whole family. We're seeing the snippets and vignettes. We're seeing these little parts. And the way that it's showing us that is really cool. It's not reliant on us as a physicality of a character to bounce around and maybe see the right thing at the right time. as we do things in the dungeon, so the story of the family progresses. You know, this isn't a one-night dungeon crawl. This is what this family does. This is what they do. You can wholeheartedly imagine that the story of Children of Morta takes place not over days, but over a year. You know, going out into the dungeons, fighting, surviving, dying, coming back, continuing. Like, yo, that's something cool. And the way it's telling us that story is through a bunch of game mechanics we understand, but from a narration standpoint that we don't. It's almost closer to... feck. Alright, quick show of hands. How many of you have finished Darkest Dungeon? Because it's really hard to talk about this kind of stuff without talking about Darkest Dungeon. But Darkest Dungeon... Alright, suffice it to say, Darkest Dungeon is on the same level as Bloodborne in terms of how snappy, how sharp and how clever its narrative is delivered. And I really, really want to... I don't want to spoil it. Also, did Technolar throw a follow while I was on break? Because if they did, I did not say a thank you for that one. Theodora said I should be. I should be in bed. Poof, if you want to do Darkest Dungeon spoilers. Nah, it's cool, it's cool. If I can't explain to you why a narrative is good without spoiling a game, then I'm not good at my job. Now Daedreamer, you're kind of making me wish I could do the QI noise. Because Daedreamer is saying that, how can you spoil Darkest Dungeon? It's a narrative with a really typical off-brand Lovecraft. Well, the reason why Darkest Dungeon does it so special is because it initially presents you with just that. This idea that, you know, your uncle in a mansion in a tiny part of, like, the darkest corners of Europe, stuff's going down. And even though the powers that be have gripped him to madness to the point where he has taken his own life, he has written to you to come to save the family estate, to purge the evil. And his breakdowns and his how he communicates to you initially feels like the narrator. He initially feels like these are letters, but how he is talking to you, who he is. The game uses your understanding or your assumptions of Lovecraftian narrative and your assumptions of how video games talk to you. It uses a lot of your conceptions of what you expect this game to be. It uses those to mess with you wholeheartedly. And I'm just going to progress a little bit. Just because the cricket sound was getting a bit irksome. Now, so far as we understand, this game isn't trying to do a bait and switch. This game isn't trying to make us think that we are playing as the family when actually we're, I don't know, a sentient...
awoke, startled.
Yeah, we get you, Margaret.
Aye, it's the third time you assholes made me do this.
John,
get in the frickin' dungeon!
Sorry. So far as we know, Children of Morta is not trying to do any, like, unreliable narrative stuff. It might. We don't know. There's no hints to it right now. Like, who is the narrator? What are they telling us? And if the narrator is talking to us, then who are we playing as in this space? We have direct interaction when we're playing as John, when we're playing as Lydia. But we observe the family as a whole from a disambiguation. Maybe we're one of the deities that they support. Maybe we're someone special. Or maybe it's just a way of showing us this world, of allowing us to play different styles of video games together, to blended to make something special. You know, blending the good bits of roguelike and the good bits of Diablo, or a roguelikean experience. Alright. I'm definitely going to find out how far we can push the leveling system. See how much of this we can play today without beating the spider boss.
Rhea, a land long forgotten, a place of unimaginable beauty.
I mean, look at this. Hella like fantasy sci-fi blend. This is some dope stuff. And so yeah, without spoiling Darkest Dungeon, it's like Darkest Dungeon wholeheartedly knows what it is, and its narrator is far more than just, you know, the retelling of collectibles.
First appeared as sludge given life.
Just gotta remember that we're pretty much invincible in this early stage. So if you think about it like this, if their goal is to give us a dungeon crawler meets Diablo, and they want to tell the story from the perspective of not one character but from the whole family, like, they're definitely succeeding. And these kinds of experiences, these kind of things that are only really possible with video games, these are the kind of things that I want to focus on. And so much... Oh, go away. And these things I want to focus on so much more so than like the, you know, here's how we made Lara Croft feel more emotions with pixel polygons. Because in a way, games like that are telling us stories in the same way we've always seen for as long as we've had, like, you know, TV and cinema. And, you know, our medium isn't just echoing other people's. You know, we're not a pretender to, you know, to moving pictures. Video games are an art medium their own, and the more times I experience titles like this, the more I'm reminded of that.
Impeding further progress.
I know.
Battle was certain.
I mean, games, another game that I think you could do some really interesting narrative stuff with. You remember when we played One Step from Eden? Like, that was a cracking game.
Itself.
And the way that you found little elements within that, I thought was really cool.
Cold in hand, dark, in need of life.
Give me some more of them shots. Get a gem.
The
Find it on a
shard
bed.
grew warm, humming softly from the harnessed energy.
And yeah, so basically, friendos, I'm going to see if I can rescue the dog just in the demo.
Dangerous than those that came before.
Ding. And yeah. I get it. I know, it's the only thing I can buy. Thank you. I'm also absolutely just going to stack attack on this build
Goblins,
as well.
a familiar threat, albeit farther out than usual.
Goblins! Hey! And this line still cracks me up.
Inherently violent and ill-bathed, goblins were an unfocused, constant threat.
Theodora said, I'd totally forgotten that Divine Divinity had more than one option for a hero. Was that the original one? That was the one... Divine Divinity was the one before the Dragon Knight saga, right?
Magnificent, but dangerous. A land of love found and of love lost.
So yeah, I guess it's one of those situations whereby if you start thinking about the kind of game that you want to make, and think about how the player is going to experience it, and from there start telling your story, rather than trying to sit down and be like,
left
oh,
untouched.
British Girl says, I do love the use of those selected words, ill-bathed. For some reason, you pointed out, Will, they're not that they haven't bathed, but they somehow bathed badly, right?
Remaining
Words are powerful.
and collected, the shock of his heart skipping.
Theodore says, got a hankering to replay it. Yep, the first one, I think. Okay. I mean, Beodora, I have to confess, I never played the original Divine Divinity. Because it came out around the same time as a game called Messiah, and I got the two mixed up because the box art was very similar. It was like Divine Divinity, Messiah, and I want to say the Nomad Soul. Alright, coming with, or... What, is this the only time where we get an NPC follower? But I will say, I played all of Divinity 2, the Dragon Knight Saga, which, when it first came out, ended on one of the most brutal to be continued. Like, up there with Half-Life Episode 2.
Before the Guardians were not beasts feeding.
Yeah.
Monsters consuming, destroying others, corrupted and distorted, creating even more hungry husks.
Kids want to rumble, or... Is there anything else around here? Yeah.
Both father and daughter gathered their thoughts, their hearts
Oh,
heavier
Dreamer said,
than
I
before.
played one of the Dragon Knight
How
games on
would
the
they
Xbox 360 and never
explain
beat it because
what
it
they
got
had
stuck on the
witnessed?
final level. Yeah, that game, unless you properly jacked the combat system, it was very hard. We worked out that Magic Build plus Ring of Fire equaled some serious ass kicking, so we were real happy with that. Myself and partner at the time, and then we rebought it when they released the director's cut because that continued the story after the like to be continued moment. And like, it's not Divinity 2 is not a perfect game by any means, but in a world where lots of people tried to go for something vaguely, tried to go for something.
Tree had been cut down.
Yeah, tree was
Together,
down.
father and daughter described the horror. Creatures dripping with decay that slithered into bodies stuck between life and death to bolster their ranks.
Let's do Lydia first. Yeah, so the Dragon Knight Saga was by no means a perfect game, but
chipped directly
it
from
was one of the few that tried to do the Fable style of open world RPG and did a good job of it.
To pull them back home before death's fateful.
Also, the psychic RPG mechanic was feckin' dope. Like, I got food! Feckin' yeah, y'all feed me. Thank you, dude. They feed me! Oh, very hot. Alright. So, whatever we do, we don't fight the spider boss. We just keep it going. Yeah. So also, the fun thing about the Dragon Knight Divinity 2, the reason I keep calling it the Dragon Knight Saga is it's easier than trying to say Divinity 2. No, not Divinity Original Sin 2. Divinity 2 Dragon Knight Saga. You know, the thing with the thing. Oh, Lydia, you need some leveling. Yeah, and for this build, we're just stacking strength. We're just gonna do murder build. But yeah, that particular title was very, very interesting. And it let you transform into a dragon and eat people, which is always good. Oh god, yeah, Tenori, wow. When you finally get your flying dragon tower, it's so cool. And then the little bit where the your guardian, you're all stranded on the island and you have to decide who you're going to hire for your tower. So good. But yeah, and as Tenori was saying, the ending ended up being this like drop off a cliff moment. And I will admit that when they did the director's cut with the continued content, it did allow for a really, really good ending. And especially if you're interested in like open world RPGs, like their design and their flavor, it's absolutely worth it. The Dragon Commander game had some great ideas in, some really good ideas in. It's not a good game, but it's very interesting. Dear skeletons, could you just not? What if you just didn't? I'm trying to play and eat at the same time, which is why I'm getting my ass kicked. So this is the perfect character to play with one hand. Woohoo! On the subject of biting off more than one can chew. Woohoo! You want to start thinking I'm getting good at this game. Yeah. If you ever see them going at an affordable price, one, absolutely pick up,
Step without regret. One cannot change blind destiny.
well, I'm sure this is going to end great. If you ever see Divinity the Dragon Knight Commander available at a reasonable price, do pick it up, because one, it is not a good game. It tries to do so much and it comes so close to brilliance, especially when it comes to like social commentary. There's a bit when all your female ship captains find out they're being paid less than their male counterparts, and they confront you and they go, look, how come we are getting paid less just because we're women? We demand equal pay. And no one is gonna actively be like, no, because you are a woman you shall have less. But the amount of money it will cost you additionally to equalize the pay will cripple you in the early game when they ask. So you're put in a situation where you must choose between like your social morals and winning the game. And it does it so much better than Fable 3. Also, I love the fact that in that world, all the skeletons... Ding! I win! All the skeletons are religious fanatics. Oh, what's this? The Tome of Deception. Create a tome that distracts enemies. Nice! So I wholeheartedly recommend it. And especially, I mean, the Dragon Knight, the Dragon Knight Saga is just good fun. Actually, let's try this out. Yeah. Get distracted with my totems! Catherine's saying, well, they have Dragon Command. They don't have Dragon Command. They do have Dragon Knight Saga. They didn't get into it very far into it, sadly. Did you get far enough in that you got to turn into a dragon and eat people? Because that doesn't stop being funny. Be a dragon, do a murder. I wholeheartedly recommend that. God, you know it's a decent game when the preview build runs out and you're like, I'm just gonna start a new run and keep playing. We've got to see if we can save the dog though, right? That's our goal today. Why are they? Don't be a bad skeleton. Because I feel like there's stuff we keep finding in the level. Nope. And these early runs are very interesting when playing as Lydia. And I guess, Gatros, like, there are games that I will recommend to you as games that you should, like, own and play because they will make you genuinely happier. And they will be, like, they will be games that you remember for a long time. Like, whether the Dragon Knight Saga clicks with you or not, it's still an interesting game. And in a world where a lot of people are just making the same thing and then some, you know, I'm always going to talk favorably about games that try and do something interesting. I mean, in a world where Ubisoft makes a game about Brexit and says it's not political. And explosions! Katros was adding... Well, you didn't get to the point where you got to be a dragon. That's fair. Okay. Oh, wow. So I still haven't had a response from the Children of Morta devs about whether or not we're going to be able to save the... Whether or not we're going to be able to save the dog in the demo, so I really help. Ooh. Ketchel Congrats says they're back from supper, and they have chocolate and icing. That's a feckin' win. Congrats. Do forgive me stuffing my face, dear friends. Let's see what else we can find in this. I mean, we've already found new items, which is interesting. Which I do need to remember to keep using. Oh no, this is the way to go. Alright. Buddy. Woof! That's how we get it done, friends. I almost kept the combo going. We can only do so much. Heckin' spiders. It's like no one invited you to this party, spiders. Creates a totem that knocks enemies back. Alright, I'll pick that up. Let's give that a shot. Okay. It's an interesting combo. Oh, now I know what I'm doing with the characters. I'm not getting my ass kicked. This is bizarre. Bad spiders. Bad spider, bad bat. Alright, sorry. Rhymes and Moose. What, old friend? Welcome back! How goes it? Does anyone know, has the Game Dev World stream kicked off yet? Oh man, this totem could be really useful. That last little bit of spider to murder. And Miyaki disagrees, says, don't speak too soon. Hey, so long as we don't... Actually, is there a... Oh, there is a return to home option. Alright, what you got for us? Increases maximum health. Nice! Yeah, I'll take one of those. Well played, Ark. Well played. Huh. Sorry for nerds, I was just quickly alt-tabbing. I got 2 pieces of Valve news. It turns out that the Valve Underlords was a new announcement. Dota Underlords is Valve's first mobile game and is the company's take on Dota Auto Chess and will be available on PC, Mac, Linux and on Apple and Android. Steam also now has an official that's not how you pronounce that. LGBTQ plus tag page. That's rather good. That's rather good indeed. Alrighty. Oh, and the man saying it was made with the blessing of the auto chess devs too. Way cool. What was the other auto chess thing that came out this week where there was a little bit of like back and forth about the team that were making it didn't have approval from the original creators. I'm trying to remember now.
Vessels long bereft of life remained wrapped in sin. Caverns had always been a home for the unpleasant, but never the aggressive. Neadia had been absent while her realm fell to chaos.
Oh, this could be the end. No!
The Bergson began to slip away, wondering if this was death.
Not today, Satan! Couple of heals. 156 kill, that's not too shabby. And the murder was most successful. Doombridge is saying that League of Legends released their auto chess this week. Maybe it's in beta? I don't know. Auto chess is one of those little spheres of nerd culture that kind of snuck past me. I'm not a MOBA player, so I don't really get a lot of like eyes on that sphere.
As the celestial shard brought them back, a sensation no hero could become accustomed to. As she heard John and Linda describe their foray, thoughts rushed through Margaret's head. The corruption had amplified the creature's wickedness, and no longer were they part of the harmony of the rare. With the
It's always
new
spiders
threats
and bats.
looming, Margaret asked her
Always
second
spiders and
son,
bats.
Ben, to prepare his workshop. He would have to take charge of enhancing the warrior family's weapons and armor.
Do your job, Ben!
Uncle Ben reached out to the familiar warmth of the forge. If they were to reach the top of Mount Morta, their equipment need to be of the highest quality.
Right, not quite enough to double stack it. Oh, this is cool.
Nothing could quite match.
Oh
the
no, we got to see this the
calm
last time.
Linda felt playing her violin.
Oh,
Its
previously,
sublime
the
sound,
youngest was on the floor
perfect counter
drawing in
to
her
the
room. That's
nerve-wracking
interesting.
Uncertainty and chaos.
So jumping back in, so Salem was saying the League of Legends one's called Teamfight Tactics. And Doombridge says there's 150 people watching TFT, Teamfight Tactics on Twitch right now. We could be seeing... Oh god, I'm sorry, that burp snuck up on me. Oh god, there was a burp... that belch brought a friend. It was not intentional, I do apologise. If we are seeing the birth of a new genre, awesome. Bite-sized tactics games have always been fun, and the idea of having it as like an auto mode seems kind of dope. Like, I'm down for trying it. I might try the Dota variant, because I think I've still got some Dota items somewhere. I was never any good, but, you know, it was interesting. But, like an inexperienced fighting game player, like, the difference between League and Dota for me is nothing. One has Master Yi, one doesn't.
On
You know what I'm
calm
saying?
days, such as these, Mary enjoys venturing into the nearby grove.
Yeah.
The woodland
Look, a little
creatures
deer,
come out
and
to
look, a
let
little
her
burps.
free.
That's a big
The
fucking deer.
smallest eat from her basket,
Moose.
while she takes in the serenity of it all.
Wait for it, wait for it. Wait for it. Hedgy pigs! Mm. So cute. So have any of you had a chance to have hands-on with Teamfight Tactics yet? I know Tasty was queuing for it yesterday, but I don't know if he managed to get in. Sweet mercy in a cup. A moment where you don't realise how decaffeinated you are until someone hands you a fresh cup. Alright, so John's a bit tougher. Oh, he's a bit more of a bruiser, aren't John? Yeah, 17 enemies slain. Does your bat bite? No. That is not my bat. So Joey back in saying, in addition to immediate success on live streaming platform, Teamfight Tactics was met with a flood of players attempting to log into the PvE, resulting in a wait list of more than 9,000 players. Bloody hell! So that's why Tasty was queuing for like 40 minutes yesterday. Interesting, interesting. Very interesting. Yeah, that was overkill on some spiders, but sometimes you gotta have fun, right? If you're not having fun crushing monsters in a dungeon, really, are you even living? Let's get Heaven Strike. Oh, I have to get the other one first, don't I? Okay. I just want Heaven Strike 2. Strike harder. What are you up to? Just out of a line of sight. Too many for her alone to threaten the lives of innocents. Damn. Nice. Did we win? Like, this is stuff we didn't see in the first run. This is kind of cool. Monster kill. Holy crud! Damn it! Oh! I almost kept that combo going. Damn! We're still finding new stuff! Alright? They're gonna get me 50 heals. Delicious. So Dumigan says you should definitely try the Dota mod. It has elements of many great genres of games. I'm always down. Like, good guy or bad guy? These refugees will not soon forget seeing Bergson's fight for them. Cool. A reflective stone. Lovely. There's a crap ton of content in this. Like, it would have been real easy for them to just make a press demo that just has like a few set pre-baked levels. So Doom Brigade, I am absolutely not against it, because, I mean, you know my philosophy is that even if it's a genre I wouldn't necessarily be interested in as a user, like, if something is coming out of nowhere and I don't understand why, I feel like it's almost my professional, it's my job professionally to have a look and try and understand why. We were talking about this earlier in the week, but it's like, if something in the gaming space is incredibly popular, whether you personally enjoy it or not, you should actively try to understand it. You don't need to enjoy it, you don't need to endorse it, but understanding why it's so popular is so important. Because our art medium of choice, our industry, is not a fixed one. There's so much about gaming that has not yet... We are so far from the top of the mountain, is what I always like to say. There's so much left that we can understand and explore and create. It always makes me laugh. Sorry, complete tangent. When in games like this, it drops a pile of gold and you pick it up and it's like 2 coppers. And you're like, it's not really a pile there, is it? You know what I mean? He says bashing spiders to death with his hands. How do they even find this many skeletons? Wow. Yeah, definitely feel like I know what I'm actually doing this time. Does someone order a crap ton of skeletons? Well, shit. Guess we have to put them somewhere. The dream is that the old Dungeon Siege games had that where you would pick up like individual coins. Oh god, yeah. I had a bunch of those. There was this Diablo clone. Oh god, I cannot remember the name of it for the life of me, but it was like a Sengoku Jedi yokai style Diablo game. And I was real guilty for, here is a pile of resources. Please take an resource. Alright, what you got for me? This is new. Emerating race creates an area that slows and damages enemies. Nice. Absolutely gonna use the crap out of that. Did anyone ever try Space Siege? I think I had a copy of that, but I never actually got a chance to play it. Oh, no. The Dungeon Siege team tried to do like a sci-fi, same game, sci-fi setting. I still don't remember if it was a good or bad thing.
The halls of Anea, so mesmerizing in their magnificence, were to be found at the end of a long road. And a hero never knows what is awaiting them at the end of a road.
So, Denny's
Moving is more important than reaching.
Oh, that's feckin'. Oh! I'm gonna say that for a big horde, but that is powerful. Go away, tiny singular spot. Ye gold! Yeah. Is it weird that the strange, like, corruption monsters seem to drop the most amount of healing? Just thinking out loud here. Is that a little odd? Is that a little strange? Oh, God. Right. So this is us unlocking the shopkeeper.
Not all in these caves are refugees. Some may just be traveling merchants stuck in a bind. strange-looking shopkeep dusts off his clothes and tips his hat. Stop by his shop later, he instructs, for all your adventure needs.
Ding. And it gives us increased primary attack power and some goodies. Nice. Damn, we kicking ass. Although, I have to remember not to fight the final boss. Just vehemently don't fight the final boss. Yeah, these weird little waypoints, they're on the map, but we don't seem to be able to do anything with them. I'm finding it very curious. Right, so there's the final boss. So we'll explore a little bit more and then head out. Return to town. Goodies laden in bags. Victories once held. And like a bunch of fucking gold. Like shit tons of gold. Oh crap. That didn't work as intended. Alright, back in 20 seconds. I need that totem. Dreamer, I think there's something that we're going to be able to manipulate later on. I think that's what they are. Good night, Beador, and have excellent sleep, friendo. I'm going to see if I can beat this boss, this mini-boss. I got gobbed on and died. So yeah, all you can upgrade is strength. Let's see if we have unlocked anything else cool. Okay. Dreamer says, does this game do permadeath? Not that we know. It definitely doesn't do permadeath in its base mechanics.
Began when his elder brother Mark left the house. His brother was strong, making any near him feel safe. But he left Kevin. Though Uncle Ben knew what his nephew needed, a focal point for his aspirations.
Other narrative points here, just this little one.
Lucy could spend hours with paper and pencil, giving life to objects she witnessed in the clouds, drowning herself in her own world, a place empty of life's trials and tribulations, away from Grandma Margaret, who's always insisting that she continue to practice her other specialty.
Guess who's going to be the caster? Ben! Hey, more swords, me! Alright, back into the dungeon we go. So how many runs did we do earlier today? trying to remember now. God, my arm itches like a mother hubbard. We did, I want to say 4 or 5 runs. So I reckon if there's any more tactics, like we basically should do like first level, second level, bug out, like maybe 3 or 4 times, see how much more of the narrative we can get. Because we got to see a lot of Kevin's kind of story. And I really enjoy how it's telling us the little tales, rather than trying to do the hero's journey through the eyes of just Kevin. Which, maybe I'm getting to be an old fuddy-duddy of video games, but I feel like I've done that dance so many times.
Stone. Foul-smelling excretion.
You're such a charming descriptor, aren't you?
Creatures more active than you.
You got any more of them spiders? Yeah, I'll take the 12 kill combo. An extra 10 gold! So it'll be spent on strength! Perhaps it's just the way the pixel art's put together, but this does remind me of, whatchamacallit? Dungeons of the Endless, which is one of my favourite games. It's one of my, like, if I can't sleep, I just put that on. You know, you hit like 5 in the morning and you know sleep's not coming. So I'd either play that or like, Poker Night the Inventory. That was my other go-to. Alright. Sorry, don't mind me, just murdering a few skeletons. Actually, can you murder a skeleton? Till their bones have turned to dust. Skeleton dust. Sniff that stuff on the back of a rat any day. Like warpstone. Get me fecking high as a kite. Oh, stare at the necromancer who snorts ground up bones. And you lot enjoy physical exercise, and somehow I am the weirdo. But fine. Both! Look at them combos popping off. And we've got... So the thing I haven't worked out is whether or not we are still... whether our damage increases as our characters level, or if we're just unlocking more. Dashkul says, Happy the Squirrel says, it's not murder if they're already dead. Zoom! There's always something comforting about, especially good dungeon crawlers like this that have a wonderful rhythm to them. Maybe it's because of the characters I played, but I always felt that Diablo 3 had this kind of like this stop-start rhythm about it, you know what I mean? I always liked, oh my fecking life, how is my brain going dead? Path of Exile. The rhythm to Path of Exile's combat was always so fluid. Like, regardless of which class you played as. Oh, 3 keys. Kadra says, alright, gonna head up to bed. Leaving to celebrate Midsummer with my mother's relatives early tomorrow, so have a great day and night all. Katros, as always, is lovely to spend some time with you. I'd be interested to know your thoughts and feels on this at a later date. But as I'm sure you've all seen, this game has its tendrils in me now. The man you knew is gone, replaced only by video games. No, I will say that currently my massive gaming craving is 19.4. I didn't get to play it last night because I was just too too mentally tired. Could have done without getting stabbed in the gabba there. But can't win them all, friends. Can't win them all. A few more keys, a little bit more gills. Alex saying Diablo Robotron mashup. It's a Diablo roguelike mashup with, rather than being the focal point being a single character narrative, it's about a family. And it's very, very good. Oh, excuse me. Yo!
That said, so far Bloodstained, Ritual of the Night is good. Real good. Igarashi and his team did it good.
That's really good to hear. Katros, I was lucky enough to get gifted a copy. So, you know, we'll be doing some Bloodstained on here on the Longship at some point. That's a tomorrow. That's a next week's schedule problem. I'm actually spoiled for good titles for next week. That's another story. And after Mighty Number 9, it's just lovely to hear that, you know, there's kind of like old school creative sorts can still bust out a cracking title. Oh, and Katros, again, I apologise. Just the rhythm of this game sucking me in. I did not say a proper thank you because that is 500 bits. That is $5 towards this whole feckin' thing keeping going. Oh, Hannah was like, perfect timing on the Twitch crash. Oh god, don't tell me Twitch is down again. They've been having a lot of problems these last couple of weeks. Alright, oh, what's this? Divine Shield. I haven't even tried one of those yet. Alright, see if we can find the deck. Because we first need to find the deck, then we need to start seeing if we can find all the items to cure the deck. Oh, Katros was adding that before they head out, they found kinky boots with knives in the heels. How is that not great out of good? I mean, if they fit your posture, good friend, then hells yes, you win it. Be the Bayonetta you want to see in the world. Excuse me! Looking for the deck. Maybe you fucking see them. Woo! That thing is powerful. Hey, Baron Sheep, what, old friend? The captain with eat the rich, save the dog. Darn fucking right. Is dead. Take a spot of cash.
In the darkest depths of
this is new.
Further than a weary traveler dares to tread, lay the chamber of a ne'er-dire and all gone. The first step toward the mountain goal.
Nice. We're still finding new stuff. And friendos.
In the darkest
Yeah, we heard
depths
you.
of the cave, further than a weary traveler dares to tread, lay the chamber of a ne'er-dire and all gone. The first step toward the mountain goal.
Yeah, get it, Vic. Baron Ship says, I feel like Eat the Rich, Save the Dog is written on the inside of every longship shield. Hells yes. So technically we didn't wholly save the dog earlier, Baron, so we're still giving it a shot. We did manage to clear all the demo content so far today, but we're still finding new stuff. So we're going to see how far we can push this. Hey, I'll take your wee potion. Something to add to the wiki. Hells yeah. And Baron, I hope you don't mind my saying, a few people wanted to make characters for the Balu Bowl, but won't be able to participate in the actual event. So I was recommending that they actually create some characters, and they may be played or auto-resolved, or who knows. So I hope that's alright. Oh, there we go, this way. Oh, this might be the end. Oh, we're good. Nice. Oh, said nice one, brother! Range bastard spiders kicking my ass still.
Whoa! I'm down!
Alright. Blue means good. Oh, hang on. Yes! Alright. Alright, so we're gonna unlock the Deg. And then we can start saving the Deg.
Love,
Oh,
truly a divine emotion.
it's got me the first time!
Especially during dark days. Love had motivated
Hey! You've just come in at a heartbreaking moment!
the couple.
We're gonna save a dog, and it's gonna be sad, and Shay, what, old friends? This is Children of Morta, and it's bloody good. Oh, so, what, ho, friends, and welcome. It's going to be sad. There's nothing that, like, stops a raid dead than save the dog! So, those of you that just come over from Go Pirate Software, what, ho, and welcome! The dog is safe. The mother has sadly passed on. This is the early preview of Children of Morta. I love it. I got to play it at GDC and it was dope, so I'm really enjoying getting the chance to get stuck into it. It is a Diablo-esque title, but rather than playing as a character, you play as a family. And I am barely hanging on by the seat of my pants at this point. Oh crap, this could be the end. Oh, no pale, thank you kindly for the feck! Feck! Thank you kindly for the follow. Oh, right! But the dog is fine. So now we get the dog back, but unfortunately we're going to have to make it feel better. You can download the demo of this on Steam right now, and you can wishlist it on there if you want to help it. Shay, how are you doing? How was your stream? Tell me your tales. To those of you that have come in, if we haven't met before, Wato and welcome! My name is Will, and it is lovely to make your acquaintance. I'm very proud to say that I'm a member of the Go Pirate Fleet. Our little longship here is filled with some interesting Mother Hubbards. And yeah, I used to work in video games, and now I do this for a living. This is literally my job. So it's lovely to meet you all. Kisa says Shay made a cute dino boy, and they're gonna get stuff done at the store.
They
Nice.
would be his guide to finding himself, his focal point. The boy tested them. They felt good. Not too heavy, not too light. Like an extension of himself. Uncle Ben suggested a few practice swings outside. The daggers sliced the air, guided with an easy grace.
Hey, come outside and swing the knives about. I'm gonna drink wine.
And would be ready
See
to
no way this is
join
gonna go
his
badly.
brother and sister in no time.
Except for Mama's not happy.
But the boy's mother had words on that subject.
They were not good words.
2 of her children were already risking their lives, and she would not have her precious little boy out there as well. Regretfully,
All right.
took the daggers away.
Love back to you, Shay. Have an excellent day, alright? And I'll see you when I see you.
But it involved her child.
Furline was talking about getting a coffee mission or
It
something.
was like abandoning a part of himself. He was meant for them, meant to be out there fighting for what was right. He just needed to convince them.
Now, we haven't seen his story continue because we accidentally finished the demo before we got the chance. Keith is like, I love how you also call him Furline. What's his name?
Although in the safety of the Bergsons' home,
We're gonna save this dog. That's the reason why we started replaying the demo. I need to find out if we can save the puppy in the demo.
the animal's body, its chest heaving for even the smallest of breaths. The family believed several plants found deep in the nearby caves, combined together, could serve to remedy the situation.
So to no pile and people who have just joined us again, this is Children of Morta. Let me find you the site. Children of Morta. It's a gorgeous dungeon crawler with a couple of roguelikean elements. But the core of this game is that rather than controlling one character, you're looking after the whole family as they attempt to purge the land of the corruption and darkness. And it's bloody marvelous. As I was screaming mildly incoherently earlier, hang on. Oh no, I already jumped in chat. There we go. Oh, Space. Love you too. How are you doing? So we've played through the demo content once before, but the thing is, there's so much to this game just in the preview that we haven't seen everything in it yet. So we're gonna keep kind of, we're gonna do another couple of runs to see what we can find.
She knew where it was coming from. Her ancestors had spoken of such corruption flooding down the mountain. But Grandma Margaret wanted to know what it was, and what needed to be done.
It's those,
Destroy it.
it's those bloody local lads from down at Mountain, spreading all that corruption. They're right bad they are.
All you can upgrade is strength? What if I didn't want to buy the potion? What about quests? Alright, so that's all we can do. So we get little snippets of like the life of this family intermittently as we're going through between dungeon runs. We're going to take our sword and board in next, John. Because no was saying that this game may be pixels, but it's so compact and beautiful. It It is. It's like it is some hella hand-drawn levels. Oh, and it's also being published by the same teams that did This War of Mine and Frostpunk as well. 11-Bit Studios. I think they're also doing Moonlighter. Do Moonlighter? I think so. So yeah, I signed up to do a press demo at GDC for Moonlighter and for Frostpunk, and this was like the and we've got this, which I was not expecting, and it's so much fun to play. It's so much fun to play because it's just all the good bits of like Diablo 2. But yeah, Sky says I heard this War of Mine and Frostpunk and I was summoned. Sky, how are you doing, friend? And yeah, this is published by the same team. So to what extent? You guys are gonna need some tougher skeletons. Missed it. I let the combo drop. Can you ever forgive me, friends? I let my combo slide. Alright, so what's here?
A not so innocent children's game of chance and memory.
Alright, I've not played this. This is new. Alright, so that's a squiggly worm. That's a speedy arrow. Feck. Effect it up! Alright, so... Oh, come on! How was that wrong? Alright, so... Squiggly worm. No. Oh crap, we've got to get the combination right, and the enemies are getting increasingly difficult. Oh, good. Alright, so we know this is the right opener. Wait, what? Come off it! So... Oh, different squiggly worms, alright. It's almost like I got it completely wrong and was pushing the wrong button. Alright, so what did we get? So we got a lifelong pal. Heals a proportion of your life once in a while. Little friend! Little friend! We got a friend! I mean, you know, whatever. I'm nonchalant. I'm nonchalant about this. So when I say like roguelike in elements, that's what I mean. Like, a lot of the things that we'll pick up during our run are just random. Our characters, there's no permadeath, so the abilities and unlocks we get for our characters will carry over from run to run. The items will not. Yep, tiny. No! So many chests, no coins. So many chests, no gems. Also, the art style of this is this kind of like this glowing crystal infused badassery that I wholeheartedly love. I think I said this earlier, but it does remind me a lot of Hyper Light Drifter. It's the bats are just avoiding me now. So what we're trying to do, friends, is we're trying to find more ingredients to keep our little doggo, to cure our little doggo friend again, keep him alive. Hashtag not my skeleton. Literally not my skeleton. Sky says, I don't know why it was a different game, but this reminds me of Sword Legacy Omen. Oh, the top-down ones where you control Cain instead of, is it Azrael? Yeah, I can see where you're getting at. The effect did you asshats come from? I mean, little friend, anytime you want to throw our heels on, I'm not going to complain. Just letting you know. Not gonna complain about free heals. Oh yeah, if you dislike spiders, this first section's pretty bad. I'll level with you. Cha. Right. Seems a little bad. All right, what free goodies do we get? We get the pulsating orb. Shoots a missile that grows larger with time and explodes on impact. Alright. Oh! Skylark, I know the one you mean. It's on the list of games to stream. And it was a couple of weeks back I chose between Sword Legacy Omen and Vinland Saga. Not Vinland Saga. Death in Vinland? Yes.
Evidence of the Silk Caverns living up to their name.
Oh, excuse me. Come on, bevies. Also, Sky, my 19-4 cravings have been ridiculous. I didn't get to play any last night because I was too brain dead. I just realised Dad's got a man bun. Wait. If Tiny Friend would like to do more healing, that would be great. So Sky's saying, have you done any of the worlds? I have not. The open world stuff. I'm still working my way through the story. Because the way I figure it is that because I'm playing intermittently, I'm not picking up a lot of the puzzle mechanics very quickly. So I'm just slowly working my way. You know, I literally just did the first part of breaking into the games company. And Sky says, Med's on the team behind Sword Legacy back at Casual Connect last year. I broke the game on hard. So Rebirth is useful, but we're not going to be clearing the demo in this run. Our aim, for ladies and gentlemen, and individuals of all persuasions, is to see whether or not we can get far enough in this, far enough to cure the... Oh, that's bad. Whether or not we can get far enough in the game to kill the dog in the demo. Or whether or not we need to progress to multiple areas to do that. Do you mind? I'm trying to save a dog here! But I will say, Sky, like, not that you need me to tell you this, but the first time I successfully used the social manipulation tool in 19.4 felt so good. I've been trying to convince Thor and some other peeps to have a go at it, but it seems to be that people who are genuinely knowledgeable about InfoSec are wary of games that are described as air quotes hacking games, which I understand, like, I'm not against it. So it's really hard to explain to them, no, this one is... While there is a gamification of the systems, the language and knowledge behind it is all legit. That's been a hard one. So. haven't let it stop me. Like I said, Sky, I've been playing a lot of it in my downtime, and maybe when the things you were telling me about earlier, when they drop, maybe that'll be enough to get the Longship interested again. At the moment, whether it's I'm boring or whether it's not, whether it's that I'm boring and I can't bring the interesting hooks around it, or whether that night team's just not a thing that people want to watch, I don't know. But I'm hoping I can do well enough to... Alright, so we're not going through there.
Tired of being called shady, he adopted the title Cloudy Shopkeep.
Movement speed, frozen axe, total rewards. Alright. Well, as lovely as you are, shopkeeper, we don't actually need any of these. We need stuff to cure a dog. Dear shopkeeper, do you have anything that's going to help save a dog? If no, out of my way, Mother Hubbards! Woo! There we go. 20 is a respectable chain. Jumping back to the chat, so Sky is saying there's a ton of InfoSec people who play the game. I used it to teach people the kind of thought process behind it. That's way cool. I mean, I'm not knowledgeable about like current InfoSec stuff. The time of having anything resembling like current knowledge is long past for me. But it's such a good game. And even though there's gamification of the systems,
Along came Grandma.
Hey, Granny! What you up doing?
There are those to join forces with the Bergsons yet, was what Margaret told of the tablet's message.
Sorry, I think I lost my train of thought there mid-murder. But, so yeah, I've been playing a lot of 19.4, and when I managed to get the... So the social engineering tool is basically a phishing email where you hit a certain domain with a crap load of different emails. Oh. What the feck is this?
She flaunts her wings, begging chase.
I have no idea what is going here.
Deeper into the depths she moves. Balago flees farther.
I get you.
Deeper into the depths she moves.
I might have just broken it. Damn it! Shite. Alright, well we can return home, thankfully. So I'd rather do that than get us frozen in infinitely. Yeah, Kisa, that was a bug. Neopale's like, listen intently to grandmother's message, and then smash the shit out of some pots. That's how I roll. You break it, Sky! It broke itself! I think that area is meant to have like a fail condition if you don't manage to keep up with the birds. Whereas I got stuck in that first fight thinking that was what I was meant to do because the way the footprints kind of like looped around on themselves, and I was like, Oh, no, I am not supposed to be doing that. Didn't break it.
Good.
Everyone's being mean to me. Oh, this is new. This is new.
Worried for the missing boy, Ben thought that maybe he should have hidden the daggers better.
The mother agreed with very, very, very many expletives.
Margaret, in her wisdom, knew that nothing would have remained hidden from Kevin forever.
Ah, that boy
Now,
gets
she
right up
only
into me drawers.
encouraged her son and his daughter to hurry and find him.
Because we could all see how this was going to unfurl from the previous cutscenes. But it is being unfurled to us in a way that's beyond the standard, like, and then Link beheld the Master Sword! But
The
he would not...
mysteries of the world were like open books to the wise, and knowledge from the wise shall benefit man and beast.
Alright, so Margaret can unlock us some stuff. So Shrine Duration increases the effectiveness of Shrine Effects. We can't do Shrine Effects just yet, so we're just going to do more damage. Don't you want to get some healing? No. Maybe some speed? No. More armor? No. More damage? Yup. Alright, so how many peeps we got to show? Alright, so let's talk to family.
Uncle Ben pondered over a map he received from a refugee. The Silk Caverns were a twisted maze of dead ends and venomous nests. But somewhere along the right path...
Oh, so we
Mia
saw this
Dyer,
one before.
the spirit of the Caldipo Caves, rested. A mother away from her child would cause worry even in the best of times. This was far from the best of times.
It
had
was
been
the
more than a
blessed of
year
times!
since Mark, Harry's eldest son, had gone to live in the monastery deep in the forest. The same forest was now the source of such worrying news.
Alright, so we're going back into... We still haven't found any more pieces to kill the dog yet. And that's really what we're questing for at the moment. Actually, let me play John some more, because he's fun. Because we need to craft a special potion to save the dog. That's really what we're going for here, so come here. Oh, to Dreamer, I'm sorry your papa's going in for surgery, but I'm sure they will be fine, yo. It's like instead of curing with a potion, you're curing with science. Miyaki Skura says the joy of playing a demo with the dev present. Now they get to note all the crashes all the time. I don't actually know if the devs are here watching or what have you. They retweeted from the Children of Morta account and from a few others, but yeah. Wow! What the hell is that? Obelisk of Endurance. Cool. Oh, okay. That's what we've just unlocked. The little things on our map earlier, those were the obelisks. So I get like these little...
Can the body take a gamble of the mind?
Apparently no. Gonna give me another shot at that, or are you just gonna steal my health? Just gonna steal my health. Thanks a lot! It's for nothing. Damn ass. Oh, yeah, and... Guardians of Rage. Unleash your rage. increase John's armor. Alright, we'll have a little bit more armor. Because despite all my rage, I'm still just Nicolas Cage. Right. The only thing we're here for, friendos, is doggo cures. I like this idea of like, oh, do you want to keep playing because of achievements? No. Perhaps for additional rewards or legendary items? No, I'm good. Will you continue playing the demo just to save the dog? Yes. 1,000,000 yes. 1,000,000 yes. Also, the other thing to think about is that the way the story is told, like in between dungeon runs, from one sense, you could look at it like a diorama. So rather than looking at like, you know, just narrative told, narrative unlocked, looking at it from the idea of like, you as the viewer are almost, sorry, you as the user are almost observing this for... Damn it! I need money! My children need wine! We can't quite one-shot the spiders yet. A quick question, is anyone keeping up with the Diablo seasons? Because I've not kept up with that in quite some time, and I'm always interested to hear of people who do get really stuck into those spheres. Second Batman. This is what we're after. Some ill-tempered, well-paying skeletons. Yeah, let's get everyone together. Yeah, let's kite this. And... Shazoom! Nice. That's how we make some money. Oh, thank you, Neopale. I'm very proud of that. Neopale was agreeing with my nice statement. I think I did rather well there. And was it Kisa or was it someone else who was saying that they're gonna have a crack at this in their own time? Because this demo is up on Steam at the moment. Now, we'll be tearing into this one once the full version comes out. A lovely friendo of ours has hooked me up with a full copy when that time comes. Oh, it's got some goodies. Oh, Electropocalypse. Causes a temporary shield that does people a damage. What did I miss? Despite all my rage, I'm still just Nicolas Cage. Oh, was it Neopel? Was it yourself? Okay. Well, yeah, this game is stonky. And I very, very recommend it. Very recommend it. Oh, Deja Vu. And in a sense, I'm really impressed because I thought I had the measure of this game. And it's turned out to be far better than I thought, even with the early demo that I got hands on with. So, I mean, read into that how you will, friend. You kill a seal? A protector occasionally negates incoming damage. Take that. I have a tiny seal. My tiny seal of approval. So, yeah. Sorry, I keep derailing myself. This game is very good. So what I found with this earlier was that it's... when I played it at GDC, I really, really enjoyed just the dungeon crawly element and the idea of thinking about, rather than just crafting one character, crafting the family. But now that I've actually had a chance to get hands-on with it, like, yo, this is dope. And if I wouldn't break embargo, but so far this is one of the few games that made me think,
lives
What
had
if I
grown
did?
more hostile. Evidence the corruption was spreading.
And I don't know if you were all in for this, but we were talking about this earlier about how this does a very, very good job of using the narrator in some very interesting manner. Similar to Darkest Dungeon, but I couldn't get too in-depth to it because there was a lot of people in chat who hadn't finished Darkest Dungeon yet. And yeah, Darkest Dungeon, when you find out, when it clicks, it's like Bloodborne levels of shenanigans, you know what I'm saying? Wow, and to those of you who have just joined us, Watto and welcome! We are playing Children of Morta. It's bloody marvellous. And if we haven't met before, my name is Will. Lovely to make your acquaintance. I used to work in video games.
In the darkest depths of the cave, further than a weary traveler dares to tread, lay the chamber of a ne'er-dire and her god. The first step toward the mountain god.
And Sky, you absolutely deserve to have a copy of Darkest Dungeon on Switch. I have a feeling that game will suit your sensibilities very well. Oh, to self. Get more powers that do horrendous amounts of damage. Yourself. I'm only here for dog cures. I'm only here for curing some dogs. You know what I'm saying? Let's explore down here real quick. Oh, crud.
Woo! I'm Toad!
Toad gets it done. Alright, come on, dog cure. Alright, I just need 10 seconds to get my other thing cured up. And then we'll go from there. Because I have a feeling that's the first part of the cure. Yeah. Oh, crap. Oh. That could have gone much worse. Alright.
Generous mushroom.
First bit of the dog cure acquired.
Any concoction with the purpose of healing. While naturally poisonous, any skilled brewmaker could extract the important properties without danger.
Instantly heals, I'll take that. Right.
Can the body take a gamble of the mind?
Heck. Filed that under yet again, no. So actually, I tell you what, friend. No, we'll mop up some of the other murders in this tunnel. Then we'll head back, see what we can acquire. Because it may be with things like finding Kevin or finding the dog's cures, we can't actually get any further. Damn, those things are tough. Damn. Oi, heck off. I tell thee, no manners. These undead creatures, no manners. Back in my day, right, we were right good, you know. We were right polite when we were. Goodies. Catch a gap for me. Oh, the Shale Cloak of Invisibility is not the... Oh, jumping back in, Sky was just saying on the subject of Darkest Dungeon, they managed to stay spoiler-free, which is lovely. You will be rewarded for that. But in the same way I won't be the one who spoils it for you, I also can't tell you why that's so good. Because that game is something special. Obelisk of Skill. And Fire Striker. What, oh friend? How goes it, Strays? Did Stooge tell you about accidentally leaving the stream on overnight? Oh. Oh, it's a shot. Curse Potion of Life. The Spoon of Morgul Steel. Alright, we've done this area, so we're going to return home. Okie dokie. Strake says, I think I might be the first person he actively told. I wish if I had a massive following, Straight, I would have gotten a bunch of people together to be there in the morning when he got back on. That would have been brilliant. But then I was like, it might seem like I didn't want it to seem like it was in oh, what's the term? That it was in it was being mean. It was in ill faith. So I eased off of it. Oh yeah, sorry. I guess for those who are wondering, so ET3 Stooge, one of our regulars and someone who streams in the mornings, after they raided us yesterday, accidentally left their stream running. Okay. Alright, so we didn't find anything that time. Ben, I need more attack. Ben's like, you sure you don't want anything other than more damage? Nope, more damage, please. Dreamer says, but you regret your mercy still. A little bit, a little bit. One of my favourite streams of all time, not that this was a comment on Stooge, but there was a Glaswegian guy who played a lot of VR games who got hella drunk one night playing Gorn, Devolver Digital like VR gladiator sim. And he fell asleep and left his stream running. And so Devolver Digital used his stream for a giveaway and managed to get hundreds of people in his channel. When he woke up, he was just like, "Take you wait? You wait?" So yeah. That was a very interesting. Oh, what are you doing? What are you doing? I do. No, we're good, we're good. Sorry, bear with me just a second. No, we're good, we're good. Everything's fine. We're fine here. How are you? Yeah, Devolver for a company are decent peeps. Stray is saying, but if you did, maybe you would have been able to push for enough people to be making affiliate before TwitchCon. Wait, I thought we got you to affiliate. I thought we already did that. I wasn't in charge of that. Strays, have you bought your ticket already? So friendos, you know I don't ask this on the regular, but if you would be so kind as to throw a follow to Fire Striker, we can bully them into becoming an affiliate. They are definitely coming to TwitchCon, so yeah. I mean, absolutely help out our friend. But no! Alright, so we're primarily, I guess, looking for the blue doors. I kind of pre-used that, didn't I? So, hopefully, we don't need to go to all the other specific dungeons to get all the potion points needed to kill the dog. Hopefully we can get them all to proc within the dungeon, but I don't know that right now. I also don't know how far into the dungeon we have to go to find Kevin, the other younger son, who I know is playable. I only got to play as John during the GDC demo, so Lydia's new for me. Sky says, Twitch is neat. It's a shame that the only one worth going to is in the one US. What? Sky, you gotta go to the Twitch London meet. It's feckin' awesome. Some friendos of mine and Tarl's, Fred and Emily organise it. And they're excellent peeps. They are excellent peeps. So if you can afford to go to Twitch London, it's great. Even though it's not an official meet. And the one you do need to come to, Sky, is PAX, obviously, but that is unfortunately reliant on finances, I understand. And also in the US, you can't drink till you're 21, which does make coming over here as an under 21 a little bit sad. That's a lot of baddies. Let's just Benny Hill them all together. Combo! Now purify! Hey! Hey! A pure. I don't know where I was going now, friends. What if I just reached that slowly unraveled stage of playing and replaying a demo? There is a wonderful nostalgia to doing this because younger Will used to play these kinds of things like to death to try and get the absolute maximum amount of game out of these kinds of demos. I still remember the day I worked out you could copy the map files into the demo of Unreal Tournament. Yeah, Just Dive, I remember those PlayStation demo discs. I never got a full version of Overboard. I only ever played the demo. Same with, what was the weird one with the giant baby with twin machine guns? There was a top-down shooter, back when people still, back when those were on console. Oh, actually, I guess they are.
Another floor to go. Another struggle to see through.
Also, we've been playing this for quite a while. We have not seen a lot of repeat. And Seven says, boo! Riot's beta access requires they actually play it. That's criminal. Oh, bloody Raw, that was a cracking game. I'm probably responsible for a lot of furries in the world. bat is exceptionally dead. Bloody Raw, an IP currently owned by Konami. Like, I don't buy into the Konami is only evil narrative, but they do not know how to handle their own IPs, like, even slightly. Yeah, not going in there.
Welcome, friend, the shopkeep yells. Don't mind the occasional blood on the merchandise, he says.
Summons a dragon that damages enemies and leaves a pool of magic. Yes. Do I not have enough cash or... Oh, okay. Alright, I get it. The items above his head, I think he wants gemstones. So he doesn't want cash. Which would make sense because the gemstones open treasure chests. So it would be a good way for him to get a lot of... Yeah. Also, whoever that spooky ghost is throwing bits, sincerely thank you, yo. Because those tiny bits add the feck up. Oh, why would you aim? I'm so fecked. Damn it! Oh, this game, just when I think I've got it like down pat, and it's like, surprise! Spiders. Skylark says, still haunted, I take it? Yup. Still haunted. Cash is used for upgrades back at the home. And yeah, the spider sounds are surprisingly grim. Surprisingly grim. It's an aggressive ghost. I respect it. I mean, to be honest, everyone's been hella lovely today, so I don't affect it. I have no complaints at all, friends. None at all. Neo Pale says, Thor says the moon's haunted. He's probably right. Thorn's working on a project called Kill the Moon, which I thoroughly respect. Personally, I'm trying to unravel the sun. Possibly kill it wholeheartedly, but that's like neither here nor there, I guess. And Shrine Knowledge unlocked, Book of Rare unlocked. Fine, I'll upgrade something that's not. Only because I'm not giving Gammy any freebies. Fire says, also as part of the Daystar cult, I approve of killing the moon. I mean, I don't know if you're talking about me, because this absolutely isn't a cult. And weirdly, in Dark Souls, I always play as a sun bro. And yet... Oh yeah, I don't know if I mentioned this, friendos, but in the next, like, week or so, we're going to start playing Dark Souls Remastered. So those of you that are interested, we're going to do like we did with Dark Souls 3. We're just going to start the game, have a password, like, and just let longship people invade or disrupt or do whatever. It's going to be dope. It's going to be dope. Alright, I'm going to try one more run, friendos. But I think we might have hit the maximum amount of content in the demo. I don't think we can save the dog now. It's not a cult! Dash is not. Dash is like, oh, see, Will knows exactly how to manage things. He protested that it's not a cult, exactly as how to run a cult. It's not a cult. There's no cult. It's not a cult. I've got a badge. The badge says not a cult. Arrow says that should be interesting. Oh, hell yeah. So Arrow was something we did back in the before times for Dark Souls 3, and it was a lot of fun. We still have one of the top clips from the before times. Let's go for John again. And a very British scale with, it's not a cult. You're going to be the unraveling of me. And Gale, thank you again earlier for fucking kicking out the jams. Yo. Do you reckon if I broke embargo and just messaged the devs and went like, I'm really sorry I broke embargo, but I have to save the dog? Do you think they'd be alright with that? And Reflective says, ahoy all! Just grilled some burgers and some hot dogs and now I'm chilling with an ice cold beer. Can it get any better? You know what? That sounds pretty good. Sky says Doggo fixes all. It does. But right now the Doggo is sick. And if we can't get all the materials to fix the Doggo in the demo build, what am I meant to do? I can't leave a Doggo unhealed. That goes against my core philosophy. Oh, yeah, what would make Reflective's day better? Doggo. Ah, yes. You are entirely correct, friend. Stamina regenerates faster. Oh, that's a lot of skeletons. That's a lot of skeletons. Shame if something happened to them! That was fun. Actually, I wonder how many I can aggro at once. I'm gonna try that. Because I don't know what the limit on distance is for aggro. So let's see if we can find out. There doesn't seem to be one. Oh, this is gonna be fun. Oh, this is gonna be fun. Oh, don't die on the spikes, you idiots! I need to aggro more of you. Alright, hopefully there's some more dungeon to proc. Alright, here we go. A few more skeletons. A few more skeletons, couple of bats. It's a kaleidoscope, innit? Alright, I think that's everyone. So there does seem to be something of an aggro range limit. Oh, here we go. Oi, you skeleton bastards! Did they get lost? Yeah, I might have to just accept my fate and just murder as many skeletons here as I can. Oh no. It's coming together. It's coming together. Come on, skellies. Come on. Come on, skellies. Go on. Go on. Go on, skellies. Fight music, you're definitely going to want to be in on this. Alright, here we go. And... Shazoom! That was fun. I think we can do better, but... That was fun. what? I can faff around with you up later. We're here for doggo bits. Arrow saying seems less like aggro range, more like invisible wall. It didn't seem to be too much, because they seem to be able to keep going beyond... They seem to be able to keep going beyond the borders of specific areas. It's just that they all seem to travel at different paces. And if one of them stops to take a swing, it takes them a while to catch up.
Remained trapped in the caves. Too many to reach.
Also, notice that we haven't repeated dialogue yet. And we've been playing this now for several hours. Right, increase your chance. Alright, kids. You like violence? That were fun. I'll burn a spider in fair fight. Or if I think it's going to start a fair fight. Dash is saying, I'm starting to suspect you over-leveled this now. What? Dash, I'm hurt and offended. Reckless precision. What's this? More goodies! Creates a totem that slows enemies. Lovely. Just Diver says, I think I go through a metric ton of baddies per week. My kiddo says she needs one for Boo, and it takes 5 minutes later, and then wants another 5 after that. It's like, yeah. Oh, Band-Aids! I read that as baddies, and I thought you were just being very ironic. And yes, Just Diver, that was a Firefly reference. Because, in case friendos you haven't seen, Rebel Galaxy is free on the Epic Store at the moment. And that game is dope. And it's probably the closest we're going to come to a decent, like, at least the spaceship elements of Firefly, the video game. Because who is it who owns Firefly currently? I want to say it's Fox. Also, check out how much health I got. Nice. That's the way to the box. This is the shop. Alright, so for the Chokuru version, increases dodge chance, and the lifelong pal is 3. Now we can't take the tokens with us, so no harm. A companion that stuns enemies. Can't afford him. And that one's 3 as well, so now we have a little friend with us again. Yeah, I'll keep doing some of these murder combos. Always lovely, always lovely. Oh, cool! I can go get another friend. Now, can I double stack friendos? Because one of them was a companion that stuns enemies. I want to see if we can. Here's me learning the game. Yeah! Look, I got more friends! This is great. This is fucking great. Oh yeah, the obelisk is... the shrine and feck you, I just explode now. This is so good. One friendo stuns, one friendo heals, and every time I walk around, I just explode. Oh, okay. Yes!
One fungus bomb harvested.
Alright, that's 2
Not
bits.
the most pleasant of smells. It would give fight and power to any remedy.
Alright, we might be able to cure the dog. So, alright, friendos, we know what we're doing today. It's dog curing time. Wow, we can do a lot of things. I mean, justice! Shackles has run back to get to curing the dog? Yep. Shackle, we managed to get 2 ingredients to cure the dog. Those 2 were too busy arguing. I win! Whew. Found an item, an ancient light. Alright, well, you two be safe. Don't be dead. Sky says no narrator for this. It must not be in what they've done so far. Alright, so we need to head down the center path. Because... Arrow says, I wasn't here from the beginning. Do you keep the friendos if you leave the dungeon? Do you mean the little ones on my person? Sadly not. Sadly not. Was that overkill for a single spider? Yes, it was. But we do get to unlock them in. All right, cool. All right, so now return home. So we gained some more sporadic fungus, and we gained an ancient light. Found an ancient light. Found a sporadic fungus. So yeah, and yeah, that spider deserved it. My tattoo itches so badly, friendos. Shackles like, there's no such thing for overkill for spiders. Napalm is appropriate, then some. And while we get through this, I might just very quickly ask for some water in just a second, friendos. Because guess who's only had coffee to drink today? I was very busy this morning. Alright, we unlocked? Yes, we have unlocked something. Oh, a new souvenir. So the ancient light is something that's now in the home. That's real cool. Got enough for more attack? Right, how much do we need? Alright. So Shackle says, so I saw we got to the end of the demo earlier. Are we now just playing through without finishing to explore what we can find? Yes, but specifically trying to see if we can find all the pieces to kill the dog. I keep going over and checking the, because I blipped to people on Twitter, but so far I haven't had a response from developers whether or not we can kill the dog in the demo. Now, I don't doubt that we can't kill the dog in overall, but yeah. So... Interesting. This guy says about the loot. What dog are we talking about? Oh my god! Right. So you see over on Granny's bed, there's that little ball of white fluff. That is a dog that we rescued from the dungeons. Its mother gave its life fighting back the corrupted creatures that are savaging this land. And we managed to save the dog and bring it back, but it's infected. It's infected and is struggling for life. And I need this dog to be okay. But I don't know if we can do it in the demo. So that's where we're at right now. How are you? But it looks like we can cure the floof. Actually, I've got an idea. If we use Lydia and Lydia's high-speed skip moves, we might be able to just like power through the level and see if we can get to the point of seeing blue gates. And just, because we don't need cash, really. We could upgrade our damage some more. That's a bit BS because we're kind of OP as it is. Right now, the only thing we're caring about is healing the dang dog. So I'm just going to speed run it a few times and just see what we can get out of this. I'm so tempted to just tweet back at the devs being like, look, I'm not saying I'm going to break embargo, but you do not want to know how prepared I am to make sure this dog is okay. Even getting blacklisted. I'm not going to break embargo. For most of the time, embargoes are more to make sure that like everyone has a fair chance and/or that devs don't have to worry about explaining why certain features work and certain don't. All right, I'm not seeing any blue gates. Alright, fine. Only because they're all together. I tried, but I can't help but do a murder. I'm a child of Diablo. I'm weak! Although, as a friend of mine likes to say, it's only an addiction if you run out. Up until that point, it's just a dependency. Alright. So we're looking for blue gates. Blue gates. Woohoo! Lovely, exactly what I need. Alright, I can't leave him alone. I'm only one man! 32 enemies slain in chain. I just drives. Oh my god, the doggo is just like the. Wait. I'm sorry for your reference, may be lost on me. However, this is not what we are looking for. And Sailor Boy was pointing out that I thought you were in fact 3 corgis in a trench coat. 3 corgis in a trench coat. The attire is very important. That's how people can't tell I'm actually 3 dogs. Not a lot of people know that. Seal! Baby! Oh, the big evil bad guy. Well, no, because we're gonna save the dog, and the dog's gonna be okay. Will, why were you playing a 2-hour demo for 5 hours? Dog. The dog has to be okay. But yeah, I joke about breaking embargo. I wouldn't do it. Embargoes are usually more in place to help, like, little content creators or, Oh. I always forget. The hand equals heal. How do I drop my combo? That's a hot hole of bullshit. I'm offended. Skylight says, it's 2 a.m. I'd love to stick around, but I'm starting to fall asleep here. Good night, all. Have fun with the rest of the stream. Good night to you too. And Sky, thank you for letting me know about the thing with the thing for Night Team 4. Friends, there might be one more Night Team 4 stream in the future because of stuff and reasons, but you'll understand later. Yeah, Sky, if you keep me posted, when we have like locked in dates, I'll make an event for it, and I won't pre-announce it to the long ship, but yeah, and maybe get our Alison Smith friends to come back on in. Because now I know the game a lot better, I know what to actually say thank you for. You know what I'm saying? I also reserve the right to use the uplink skin, because that's what I'm using. Because I'm a nerd. No self-control. What do you mean always attacking enemies? Frankly, I'm hurt and offended with whatever it is that you're mentally insinuating. Here we go. Blue, but it's shopping. Alright. Actually, while standing still, Lydia's damage with each arrow increases. Done. Because anytime she runs out of stamina and can't back up, that's when you want her to be put on the herd. Alright, anyway, Sky, go get some sleep. It was lovely to hang out with you. May the light of Seal protect thee! What's this?
The sight had become painfully all too familiar.
Is this
The
new?
sorrow always hard for the guardian to die. He decided. When all was thought lost, when the struggle was becoming too heavy a burden, a young voice cried out. Stifling his sobs, the small boy spoke of his mother. She was not far away, and returning to her was his only need.
Alright, escort the refugee child to his mum. Alright. Alright, kids. Child. Leave me alone, you little fucking bastards! Like, yay! Escort quests! Yeah, I know your game, tiny spiders. We saved the day! We're heroes!
Tears slipped down her mother's face in praise of her good fortune, thankful for her son's safe return. And for the briefest of moments, the burden of Mount Morta became lighter on the heart.
Go team. Lucky Charm increases the amount of morph gained. What's in morph? I found an item, the floating suns. Alright. I'm gonna level with you. You might want to move. You might want to move out. I ain't saying this to be mean. Alright, so we did one good. We did and good. Somewhat makes up for all the other games, which I'm constantly murdering people. Ooh, free gold. Ooh, that's not good. Oh, look who saw us. Wow. Divine gift drops a divine item. We got a Blade Singer, a melee companion that fights by your side. Sorry, melee companion. Your little friend! This game is so good. Look at him, he does a fight! It's like fucking batteries not included, but with no moral compass. Yagi Skero says that even more new content. Oh yeah! It's got little tiny knives! Get him, tiny friend! You are the tiniest of fighties! Yes! Oh, here we go. Oh, come on, more items. Who the feck are you? It was right here, the Bergson thought. The one final thing they could do for the Wolf Cub. Oh, crap! Piss off, Krampus! Yeah, get fed, Krampus, you shit bin! Yeah. Yeah, Niopale, I think you might be right. This might be it. Here we go.
There could not have been a more perfect description of this root than its name. Cave brandy. Rather bland to the taste, still edible and full of nutrients. Hold on just a little longer, young Carl.
Alright. Is there anything else on the map? No, let's just head back. So we found the cave web and we found the floating suns. This could be it. This could be it. I am very emotionally invested in this. Oh, it's TSCTH. Watto! We might be saving a doggo. We have basically jacked how much longer we can play the demo build for to try and save the dog. Yes!
As if night had become day,
Yes!
the cub showed no signs of its past struggles, with Lucy and he now simply dancing the day away. If the little wolf cub was to stay, it would need a room and bed of its own.
Little
All
Popo!
too happy to build it, then only required some wood and nails from nearby.
Mate, I'll get you a freaking obelisk if that's how you want to build this dog box out of. We did it! Alright, new souvenirs in the house. Alright, I'm sorry, I'm tweeting this immediately. We saved the dog. Oh, maybe we should do it as a standalone. Maybe we should do this as one of those standalone tweets. People need to know. People need to know. We did it! Is that a good shot? I think that last one's real good. Yup. We did it! You can save the dog in the Children of Morta beta build. Thank you to friendos, I feel like I can feckin' breathe now. Yeah, Shackle says the doggo was saved. Video games are confirmed as art. It can be done, friends. It can be done. Oh. We did the thing! So the question is, oh! Navalis, thank you for clipping it. I'll tack that onto the tweet as well, because I'm very proud of that. There we go. Look, we saved the good boy. It's been proven. It's been proven. We did the thing. So here's the thing, friendos. I think we've gotten as much out of this demo as we're going to, and I think it would not be a terrible thing to potentially bring today's stream together. I'm not saying we need to end it right now, but I don't know. I don't have another game that I desperately want to roll onto, and to be honest, I just want to sit and chat with you lot today. You know, Children of Morta has already, just in this little early build, provided us so much. Yeah, 5 hours well spent. And usually I have a penchant for going on much, much longer. And I doubt our, And Kisa, I honestly don't know how much more is in this build. I don't know how much more we could have found. Like, the demo build makes it seem as if you can basically get to the spider boss, clear that, and then you're kinda done. But look at how much we found. So Caffeine says XCOM character creation comes to mind. Well, it's not like I said, you know, for every X amount of bits I'm gonna keep playing the demo. It was more a case of like, I had to see if we could save the dog. That was very important. That was very important. And now we have. I tell you what, I'm just going to quickly ask for some water, and then let's chat about the game. And, like, I'm not saying I'm going to call the stream now, but I don't think I'm going to start another game. You know what I'm saying? I'll be back in 2 seconds. I got more water coming. Oh. So Neopale says there feels like there's so much more to find in just the demo. Yeah, and I think that's due to how the demo's constructed, is that I have a feeling that the actual physical data for the other levels is missing, but they've basically just taken the main game and just like stripped out the level content and put a gap there. But the actual, sorry, not they stripped out the. If we were able to jank past the splash screen, we probably wouldn't be able to load the next area. But I think if we played and kept playing, all the potentially randomly occurring things in this area could all proc. If that makes a weird kind of sense. You know what I'm saying? Oh, 1 million, thank you. Thank you. I got water. Sadlin, what's that you've thrown into chat, good friend? What have you thrown before us? Alright, I didn't realise how thirsty I was. Oh. So yeah. Sorry, here's me flitting between varying things. A not entirely deep cut. Sadly, I got a no cards found, so I don't know if I don't know if I messed up or yeah. Taylor says, yeah, that's the problem. Clearly, Wizards need you to come on as a design advisor. As a designer? A desigvisor. That would be my official title. A desigvisor. It's got a ring to it. A horrific, broken, chunky ring. Oh, excuse me, I'm just choking down water. Did not realise how thirsty I was. So, jumping back into chat, because Miyaki Sakura wants to talk about the art of this one, and I do too. There we go. Because Miyagi Sakura is saying, I like how bright and vibrant the pixel art is in this game. Same. The thing that I really was impressed with is how, when you take a look at something like Hyperlight Drifter, the bizarre kind of like neo-science magic tech seems like this alien world. This idea that everyone around you understands the bizarrety of the world you're in, and you feel slightly disconnected from it. Like your character once did but didn't, but you as a player, you as an experiencing this world, have no clue. Whereas this feels real. Even though it's glowing Magitech with weird sciencey stuff and blood monsters, and I guess we have like portals and shite. It feels lived in, it feels real. And it's interesting that even though we can't just open explore this house, it's not like a Stardew Valley setup where it's up to us to kind of create and put everything around. It feels like it's ours. Does that make a weird kind of sense? Like, because we can have a look around the gardens. Yes, there's our little training dummy. And that dummy there with like the 7, is it the 7 chakra points on? The Dreamer says they are back from chores. Welcome back, friends. We managed to save the dog. And was it Nirvana's got a clip of it? So if you want to have a look, we managed to save the dog. Now, I don't know if we'll be able to continue in this area, but we need some special stuff to say to build the dog like a little dog house, and that's up to us. But I don't know if we'll be able to do that in the demo. Oh, Neopale says Nirvana's got it before me. You've got to be quicker on the clip draw. And I will say that I do look at all the clips after the show, and it's always interesting to see which bits you'll want to save and want to keep. Miyagi Disagura says the house looks like it belongs in a Ghibli film. It does. And that's one of the things that Studio Ghibli has always done so very well, is create the... Bizarre is the wrong term, sorry. Not the bizarre, but create the fantastical and make it feel real, make it feel lived in. You know, one of the things about... oh my god. Not Howl's Moving Castle. Feck! The one with no face in it. Bloody hell. Spirited Away? Was that Spirited Away? I want to say it is. Thank you. Yeah, it was. Thank you, Stooge. Spirited Away, I think, is the best example of that. Like, showing, even though this is a strange and mystical and fantastical place, that it's functioning, it's lived in. People go to work, they do their jobs. Like, it's... The fantastic as the mundane is something that I've always loved as an idea. That we as the player or we as the viewer are like, okay, wow, everything is dope and awesome and also scary and weird. But everyone else in the world's like, yeah, that's every day here. Like, whatever. Like, feckin' tourists, chill the shite out. Nia Bale says, no face was in that one. Also, can I mention Hal's room? Absolutely. Absolutely. And this game encapsulates that so well. And I wonder if it does that because it doesn't ask us to focus on the viewpoint of one character. It's not asking us to just be John or just be Lydia. It's asking us to observe the whole family, to observe all their struggles. While we take control of them during the combat segments, we're not given ownership of them. We're not given agency of them. Our job as the player is to help the family, to save the day, to move things along, but we are not them. Well, we are not one, we are all. Does that make a weird kind of sense? God, I am dehydrated today. I might get some more water. It's almost like all this talking. Miyaki Discura saying, wait, was that a cat? Yeah, Miyaki Discura, you missed it earlier. The mum was doing some knitting, and the cat would not stop playing with the ball of yarn, and it was adorable. It was utterly adorable. Yeah, out there being a super serious dad, sharpening his glowing Magisword. And the floating suns was a new souvenir to add, which seems to be like that seems bad. Like some kind of mobile, however you pronounce it. Oh, just Diver, thank you for tipping up the cup, friend. Really do appreciate this. Dreamer says this really is one of the better video game poems I've seen. Absolutely. And I think one of the things that helps bring that together is that the house can be designed like a house. One of the problems we do have with video games is that taking into consideration the viewpoint of the character and sometimes the space we need to let characters move around, or the space we need to make camera angles make sense, sometimes creates these weird houses that don't make sense. Like, I think we've all been in a video game where there've been like superfluous rooms, or geometry that doesn't make sense, or like houses that are supposed to be tiny and yet at the same point are massive. Like, yo.
How many more water?
I'm gasping. Miyaki Sakura says the fish tank with strange swimming creature is charming. Oh yeah, there's like a little starfish. Starfish really loves you! Oh yeah, so to Dreamer, there's a great example. Where in the bloody hell did Ash's mum sleep? The answer is at Professor Oak's house. That's why they give you a Pokemon and send you off. They bang it. I mean, two consenting adults, that's entirely fine. But I'm just saying. Professor Oak gave a child a flamethrower and went, "Go on, kid, you'll be fine." Aw, and Neopale, thank you for the doggo bits as well. House Order welcomes your contribution. And Neopale, I don't know if you were around earlier when I was talking about it, but like, this operation is pretty much entirely funded by people throwing bits at my stupid face, so I'm very grateful. So Lizzie's asking, what's the food status? I've eaten almost an entire pizza, so I'm doing good. Oh, you buy some upgrades. Yeah. Did someone say more attack damage? They did. They did say more attack damage. And maybe a little bit more survivability. Attack, attack, attack. Stooge gets it. More Daka. So yeah, did anyone else have any thoughts or feelings from what we've done from Children of Morta before we before we bring today to a close? I know it's weird for us to only do 6 hours of streaming. And I've still got a bunch of Wafflemancy in me, but like... so Neopale just says beautiful, and I think that's fair. And I don't just mean like the art and craft, because we've encountered games with stonking pixel art in them before, but there's such an attention to detail. And I'm entirely with you, Navaras. You can upgrade more things than strength, but why would you? All you can upgrade is strength. I'm looking forward to Dark Souls. Oh, Frendos, just as a small aside, possibly next week, we are going to be starting a run-through of Dark Souls Remastered, the very first one. And we're going to be doing it as a Longship group play thing. So, if you all want to join us for that, you know you are more than welcome. Lizzie says it's rare that you're empty on Wafflemancy, Will. I'm not empty on Wafflemancy. I'm saying that it's coming up on 6 hours. I don't think rotating onto another game is ideal, and I want to talk about this. And I feel when we've spoken about this together that we will have... that's a good day. You know, we don't have to go for 10 hours every day. You'll whinge at me when I stream too much. You whinge at me when I don't stream enough. Quiet it! Just Try was adding an interesting conversation point, which is, what would you add and or subtract? I think it's too early to say what I would remove. So far, this encourages the fun bits of roguelike and gameplay with a lot of the stuff that I enjoy from dungeon crawlers. I mean, Neopale's saying more doggo, always more doggo. caffeine with sarcasm. How dare you not know the perfect amount to stream /sarcasm? Neopale saying more companion. Yeah, I wonder if moving the companions from being a random find item to being more like the mags. I think what I'd do is have it so that when you find a pet, so be it the little one with the swords or the one that heals you intermittently, that you find that as an item and then either upgrade them or give them items throughout. That might be something that I would go for. And for those of you that don't know, in Metal Gear Solid LOL, in Phantasy Star Online, your virtual pet is called a mag, and you feed it items to level it up in different ways. And then, depending on how you level it up, depends on how it changes its shape. But also, in terms of how it, in terms of what ultimate super moves you get. Neopale says, what would be cool is to know if through the story the puppet will grow up. It might. Because we know that characters are going to grow in this. Because from the key art we've seen, the daughter, currently up in the bedroom drawing, she is going to be a playable character, but as a magic character. Gerald's like, wait. Phantasy Star Online 2 has virtue pets. The hype grows! But Gerald, not just virtue pets, like you start with a little mag, and then you feed it items to help it grow. And it grows into different shapes, and depending on what you feed it, if you feed it the kind of things it likes you more, and the more it likes you, the more it does its super move. So good. So good. And it's weird that I'm drawing comparisons to, like, Mother Base here and... between Children of Morta and Metal Gear Solid 5, because Mother Base seems like it was going for a similar kind of thing, even though you're playing as Venomous Snake throughout the whole game. Like, Mother Base is the bit that grows, the bit that expands. As you bring on more soldiers, as you bring on more resources and expand your base. The problem was, despite the size of Mother Base in Metal Gear Solid, it always felt too big. It felt ridiculous that it was as large as it was. Everything was so spaced out, and so... it made it really hard to check in on things throughout the game. So, I respect the simplification of kind of like the base building elements, even though it's more like family expanding, if that makes even a lick of sense. It's not a cult, Lizzie, it's not a cult. Meowkin Sakura says, can I have a precious squirrel cat in the online version with wings? Isn't that a card captor? Isn't that a card captor, friend? Them's is right dangerous, them card captors. Although, to be fair, after, what was it? Madoka Magica, I am always fearful of anything that looks like a squirrel cat dog thing. CSCTH is not a cult! It's not a cult! Alpha says card captors aren't dangerous, just their cards are. I mean, Alpha, I'm not a card captor. If you give me a deck of cards, the most I can do is annoy someone with them or throw them on the floor. I nearly said something very offensive then, and stopped. See how easy it is not to be offensive on Twitch? Hey, Crafty! What, old friend? Lamentably, we're kind of doing our post-game chats. I mean, there is one thing that I want to have a crack at. There's one thing I wanted to have a crack at. Is it still here? Because a little bit on it might not be bad. Do you kids want to see something fun? Do you kids want to see something fun? Neo PL says yes. Fun? What fun? Right. Hold that thought. Guy, there's one thing I'd like to have a little play around with. So anyway, once again, Children of Morta was an excellent game. I'm looking forward to the full version. I want to say thank you again to 11-Bit Studios for hooking us up not only with a demo build, but they've also sent through a full build of the game later on when the game comes out. So we're going to be able to jump straight into this. But there's something cute and adorable. There's something cute and adorable that I've been wanting to have a play around with. And I have realised that if I wonder, I can just have a crack at now. The thing is, I'm going to have to just quickly faff around with this in the background. So y'all gotta wait. You're gonna have to wait. Ow! I just need to quickly set this up, but I promise you it's going to be worth it. So Shackle said they did say with nails and lumber we could build a doggo house. Quite possibly. But we made ourselves a really good... Alright. We made ourselves a really good little goal to work towards, and we hit it. So I think this is a good point. However, even though I said we weren't going to do a rotation, it just struck me that there is a little game that I've been also wanting to play the demo of. There's a little game I've been wanting to play the demo of, and I have a feeling you're going to enjoy this. So... Who wants to play some skateboarding with a tiny burb? Burb! Skate burb! So friendos, this is Skate Burb, and before we get started, it's basically Tony Hawk's where he plays a tiny bird. This is the Kickstarter demo. This game is up on Kickstarter right now. It has hit its funding goals, so it's gonna happen. But if you want to support it further, you can head to skate.burb.rocks and then head to the Kickstarter from there.
The heron eats many fish.
Burb. Tutorials. Are they boring? Yes. There's L to move the burb, L to jump the burb, A to ollie, and then hold that in the direction and do flip tricks. B to grab, and press A to get back up. Look at his little face! Oh, almost. No, Burb! Woohoo!
He's watching. The kingfish.
Tiny Burb on skateboards. Look at it! Little Burb playground!
He is not at all like the heron.
Burb, I'm so sorry.
But he too is a good fisher. A good fisher. He often perches
No!
a dead branch over a stream.
Oh,
He's watching for fish.
I'm on the carpet! This is dope!
If he has no luck at one watch post, he will fly to another. He's watching for fish.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, let's go on some burb adventures. So yeah, friendos, this is Skateboard.
The heron eats many fish.
It basically handles like classic Tony Hawk's if you all got into that.
Frogs, snake, or crawfish. The heron fishes in shallow
And it's wonderful. It's wonderful. See what is?
After fishing in one place for a while, he may fly on to another favorite spot.
Yeah, Bob! It's lying here. So yeah, the demo for this, friendos, is available up on the game is up on the Kickstarter page right now. If you want to have a go and see why this is going to be one of those little games that's just going to be great for everybody.
The heron eats many fish.
Yeah, let's go explore. And Stu just saying they love that the ramps are cardboard, duct tape, and straws. Like, the kind of thing you would build for your birds. Until someone told you that you couldn't actually. Yeah. Sick burp skills. So, what was that? Lizzie was saying, super important stretch goal. The last stretch goal is pet the burb. What? I even know! Oh, this needs to happen. Nah.
But he too is a good fisher.
Just having a little burb nap. Also, I believe in this demo, your burb is like randomly generated.
Dead branch over a stream. Watching for fish.
I don't know how to do it. Can I aim it? Ah, yeah, Bob! He's so chubby. It makes me feel bad when he falls over.
He's watching for fish. He's watching for fish. The heron eats many fish.
The other day I was in a bar in Belltown in Seattle, and this one bar was just belting out the Tony Hawk's soundtrack. I don't mean like each Tony Hawk's, not just like one or two, but like the whole shebang. Oh dear. No! Boom! I'm so glad you have tiny bones. Arrow says, wait, we live in GameWorks right now? Hello, GameWorks! Yep, we are. And I just said that to the crowd. Anyway, friends, there's not too much from what you've seen.
The heron.
As opposed to Children of Morta, this is the entirety of the demo right here.
The heron eats.
And I think what they're trying to do is just like, it's proof of concept. It's like, hey, you dug Tony Hawk's and you like adorable birds, you're gonna like this. No! Yeah, the bird with tiny headphones, where they at? There is only one track at the moment, so. Give me 50,000 pointies. I'll need to accept. Oh, I got,
The kingfisher too eats fish.
What are you doing?
He's not at all like the heron.
Tiny Bob, no!
Good fish.
I'm not good at this. I mean, Salem says Tony Hawk's company, skate company is called Birdhouse. Oh no, that was That was too blasé.
If he has no luck
too
at
blasé.
one watch post, he will fly to another.
Oh no!
He's watching for fish. He's watching for fish.
I feel we might be doing bird crimes at this point.
The heron eats many fish.
Actually, while he's flipping around, I just realised I literally have the skatebird.
Or crawfish.
If you want to pick up a copy of the demo for yourself and have a faff around, if you wanna support this project, if you wanna throw some stuff at, I believe it's Glass Bottom Games, who are doing Skatebird, you can. It's all ready to go. You got the link. You got the touch. You got the power. Burb, I need you to. Wait, where is this? There's more.
The heron.
Oh, this is dope.
The heron.
Crap. How do we get up
The
there?
heron eats many fish.
How do I get up there?
The amazing magpie from the plains of North America. He's a daring acrobat, a mathematical and technical genius.
Oh, this is cool. I wonder how much more there is to this map. This is so good. See, the crowd at GameWorks is going nuts for Burbs. Burb, no! He's so done. He's so done. I feel you, Burb. I feel you. So, friendos, I don't think there's much more to this teeny tiny demo.
All like the heron.
And I know I'm absolutely not going to be entertaining while playing this one because I'm just going to be like, not the same, you've changed. I'm just going to be belting out fucking Tony Hawk's tracks, but yeah.
Perches on a dead branch over a stream.
And No Pale saying, magazines, clipboards, pens, pencils, erasers. This is a great demo. Absolutely.
If he has no
What a
luck
feckin'
at one
good
watch
day.
post, he will fly to another. He's watching for fish. He's watching for fish.
TSCTH says, is your stream being shown at GameWorks? I don't think so. I don't think so.
The heron eats
I mean, it's what, Thursday today?
sometimes frogs
So,
or crawfish.
yeah. So there we go. What a feckin' cracking day. Unlimited press day, there we go. That was a nice way to kind of, to close out the day, you know? Because I knew there wasn't going to be enough content in Skatebird to do a day on it. So, yo. Nearby, I'll say in Headphone Burb will probably say something similar to what the Traffic Cone Burb said. Possibly. Or you need to get, like, 5k points from Traffic Cone Burb. That probably then unlocks something else from Skatebird. What a feckin' marvellous day. So, friendos, I still have no idea what we're going to do tomorrow, but we are definitely going to be streaming at the usual time, kicking off at 1 p.m. The content of tomorrow has to be decided. I apologise, it's been left very much up in the air. Initially, we were going to do a special event with me and Tull, but Tull's got a cool industry thing to go to, which I absolutely understand, but it means we can't play video games together. So, I've not come up with anything super snappy or super clever yet, but you can be bloody sure I'm gonna. Or we'll just play something, who knows. I mean, maybe the video game industry will set itself on fire again tomorrow. Who fucking knows? Ice Cream says we could get you started on the Monster Hunter games. Not a bad shout, not a bad shout. We'll see if what's going on tomorrow. I mean, I have been saying the whole, get swole. I mean, we do have the rest of the year to get up to stage. Salem says time to win demeanor. Alright. I promise you, dear friends, we are not lacking in recommendations. I mean, feck, where is it? I can give you a quick, not a full show, but a quick skim of the streaming games list. So I think I tidied it up before. I think I tidied it up on the weekends. I think I tidied it up. Have a look. Yeah, I did. So, in total, we have streamed, dear friends, 163 different games since we started doing this. And the list of games to stream is 371 long and counting. So, yay! This is wait. Well, there's a list that hasn't shared with loving and kind mods. Absolutely not. And if you're wondering why I'm doing that, when I first started doing this full time, I'm over someone's house having a pint, and they were like, "Oh, do you know what game you should stream?" They made a recommendation, and the game they were recommending was awful to stream. I'm not saying a bad game per se, but it would have been boring for you to watch. You'd play. And I told them this, which was a mistake, because they were mortally offended. Turns out that game was like a massive part of their childhood, was a thing they loved, and I just basically like read on one of their personal childhood memories. So, this is one of the reasons why when you lot recommend games, if it's something I haven't heard of, I will be like, oh, okay. But I don't comment on people's recommending me games because, yeah, it's like when people say, you know what, just stream the games you love. No. Because if I only stream the games I'd love, I would do like 10 hours of feckin' Devil Daggers and no one would want to hang out with Will during that. Salem says, what are some of the elements we make for good or bad streaming? Either a pacing and style that allows you to discuss an experience that is unique unique each time you run through it. Elements with Twitch interaction, or anything that allows for creative expression. Sorry, here's me drifting off into my own mind. Also, anything that allows you to show people some of the good visual elements. Hey, Volcanor! What, old friend? Says, what's going on this stream? We were just kind of having our post-gaming chats. But, Volcanor, the two games we were looking at today was Skateboat, and before that we spent 5.5 hours trying to save a dog in Children of Morta. Yeah, there we go. So, Volcanor, this is Children of Morta. This is what we were playing all day. We saved the dog because we're a badass. And then after that, we decided to spend a little bit of time playing Skateboard because we could. Also, we talked a little bit about it at the start of the game. Valve's released a new video game, so that's a thing that exists. So, sorry, here's me drifting off into the ether. Oh, I'm in a bunch of water. Salem says, if Devil Dagger sounds interesting at all, take a look at it next week at the summer sale. Absolutely. And if you want to add me on Steam, you are more than welcome. I've crushed pretty much everyone who's tried to step to me in Devil Daggers, to the point where I think I might have lost my edge. Like, I haven't actually had anyone who could challenge me at Devil Daggers in over a year. So if you want to grab it and have a go, you're all more than welcome. But I'll crush it. And I'm modest, too. Oh, did not mean to do that. Sorry, here's me drifting into my own head. I think I'm gonna hoof some more water. I'm gonna bring this stream to a close and hoof some more water. You magnificent mother hubbard. Use these. Oh, but I tell you what, Fiona was in earlier today, and they have currently kicked off a thing, so I can throw you guys at a fun and entertaining stream, so that you might continue. Caffeine says, "Oh God, is that wallet-eating monstrosity back?" See, I wonder. Oh, so Vulcan was saying, what did Valve do? Valve released a new video game today. They released Dota Underlords, which is their take on the auto chess. I don't want to say craze because I haven't had a chance to try it, but it seems to be doing very good. Actually, I might get down the download and try that this evening. I mean, I've got no idea how it works, so I do not want to be showing you. Diver says, I'm out as well. Be well. Alright, Diver, if you can hold on for 2 minutes, let me just do my thank yous, of which you are a part of. And then we can either crash into... just Diver, thank you for the friend request. We can crash into someone else's stream, or stick around, or... No. Let me breathe and say my thank yous. Today was feckin' dope. I know I said the reasons for this earlier, but I mean it. Today was dope because, one, the games we played today were awesome and indie, and we got to support some cool projects coming up. 2, the reason I know about Children of Morta is I went to GDC, flying the Longship banner. I was your representative at the Game Developers Conference this year, and this is something that we brought back. And I say us, not me, because you lot keep me going and hang out with me on the fecking daily. And I'm very grateful for that. This isn't a cult of personality, this isn't about me. This is all of us hanging together. This isn't a soapbox for Will to rant. This is all of us in the pub, sharing stories and talking about our week, you know what I mean? And this little bit was, Children of Morta was a little part of that. It was a little part of us. So I'm really proud of that. And I'm really proud I got to share you all. Alright? So let me do my thank yous. So let me do my thank yous because I mean it. And also, feckin' very British Gale did a fecking over 9,000 bit drop today, which... Poor. Still gonna be recovering from that. But that's a thing that I don't have to worry about until after the stream. So, Meowkitty Sakura, thank you for throwing cash money dollars. Like, it all helps. Goes on food. Not even joking. But cheers, the very lifeblood of this operation. I want to say a thank you to Eraman, Dashkal, Isocrit, Katros, a very British Gale, Clank Crusher, Shackle Draconis, Rodar, Stormscale, Vanderbeast, Chrono, Haron, Just Diver, ET3, Stooge, Steppagen, Neo Bale, Dream, and an anonymous cheerer. We have a full complement of mods in the house. Caffeine, Lizzie, and Tol. You are all legends. Keep my sorry ass alive, and thank you. We got 3 new followers. Neo Bale, I want to say Nekaknur, and Bacon. Thank you kindly. We're edging ever towards 2,000, which is dope. Volcanor, you cheeky mother
Well,
hobbits!
this is a thing.
And thank you to Thrain, Mr. Squarepeg, Bacon, Neoshino, and Volcanor for either subscribing or being the recipients of House Carl's vicious hunts. Thank you. Oh. Thank you. So yeah, that name again is not Mr. Plow, but Children Morta, so go give it a check out, alright? And I posted a tweet of victory. I'm really kind of proud of that. Volcanor says, I noticed my icon had dropped off. Happens to the best of us, and you're at 5 months. Next month, you get a new badge. Looks real good on you, friend. It looks real good. Get yourself a ship, get yourself a shield, weapon of choice. Let's get stuck in. Now, on the subject of getting stuck in, Fiona is currently playing World War Z, apparently. Let's go and scare the bloody hell out of them, shall we? I mean, let's crash the fecking feck into it. Like, I want to see screaming Viking raids. I want you all to steal whatever's nailed down, like furniture, booze. What else does a person need? Apart from furniture and booze, what could we steal? What could we steal? Oh yeah, and Volcanor, we do have to do Sea of Thieves at some point. But that's a story for another day, friends. Firestriker says, steal the nudes. Alpha, so nudes and nails are also valid. Actually, maybe don't say nudes just in case the joke doesn't translate and it sounds like we're asking for someone to show their boobs. Loot. Lots of loot. So we want furniture, booze, loot. That's our combo. The battle cry is Viking raid. Spam whatever emotes you feel comfy. Make it rain. Make it rain. Today has been an amazing day, so thank you all. Alright? Tomorrow we'll be kicking off from the usual time. I don't know what we're doing yet, but I'll work it out in a little bit. I love you guys. Now, let's fucking ride! Let's steal everything they don't have! Oh, I'm amazing. Love put on with me.